they went too long, to be honest. Everything was fine. I mean, it was either good to great. So it's really set up this Raw quite beautifully. And we did get a few big moments. I would say, we got one or two, but we got quite a few. Obviously, Rhea Ripley joining Judgment Day. That was a big, big moment. We've got a new SmackDown Women's Champion as well. That was kind of a big moment. We've also had the Bloodline winning, which some people predicted. I didn't. I honestly thought they was going to have Drew and RK Bro win. Because that then would have meant Drew could have said to Roman, I've beaten you, beat your team, I deserve a title shot. I don't know what they do now going forward, but obviously there's lots of things they can do. But I must admit, I was surprised that they had the Bloodline win. You know, I'll hold my hands up if I think I've got something right, but I will hold my hands up if I got something wrong. And I thought that Drew, RK Bro were going to win that main event. So definitely caught me off guard on that one. Surprised me on that one. Yeah, that was a nice moment as well. So, and obviously just barn burners from Charlotte and Ronda. Cody, Seth was so good as well. AJ Edge was good to great again. I had that about 375, but I saw people scoring it higher than that as well. So it's just really good, really solid. Just, do you know what? It felt like the show that we needed. It felt like the show I needed. It's the show I needed. It's the show that I, just to remind us how great wrestling can be. I feel like Wrestlemania did that. And then I think maybe some of the Raws and SmackDowns since then, have had some moments, but I thought last night was really good, really strong, and as we said, just what we needed. So, going into Raw with some optimism, and I did send a tweet out earlier, just saying super excited for Raw. We've got the fallout from Cody cheating, because he did cheat. We can't escape the fact he did cheat. I'm all right with it. I don't care. Right, because Seth was cheating as well, so I don't care, but I'm looking forward to, them talking about it and what's going to happen. And Cody has got a title match. Cody will take on Theory for the United States Championship, so that's been announced tonight as well. So we do have Cody Rhodes competing for a championship in WWE tonight. Obviously, not expecting him to win because I don't think you would take it off Theory so soon. And Cody doesn't dream of being United States champion. He dreams of being WWE champion. So, I mean, look, getting your hands on any belt is no bad thing. But his focus is further up the card. So I don't expect him to win, but it's still going to be fun. We got Becky and Asuka, that feud continuing. A lot of people surprised, myself included, that it wasn't on WrestleMania Backlash. So, we'll see some development there tonight. What next for RK Bro after they lost? Obviously, they're not going to split because they're still tag champs. But what next? What next for Omos and Bobby Lashley? Are we done with that feud now? It doesn't feel like we are. Feels like there's probably at least another match in that. So, what next? Dana and Reggie getting divorced. I know. Dry your eyes, guys. Dry your eyes, yeah? It's going to be emotional. There's going to be tears. You need to be ready for it. But there is potentially a divorce on the show tonight, and you do not say that every week. What next for Rhea Ripley and Judgment Day as well? That's another thing that's happening. Rhea Ripley joining Judgment Day. I've got my Rhea Ripley shirt on. Your nightmare is my brutality. So I've got my Rhea Ripley shirt on in support of Rhea Ripley and what they're doing with her. I was just having a look at WWE's Twitter account, and there's some messages that Dana Brooke has been receiving from Reggie. Come on, I'm sorry. Can you talk to me, please? Tell me what I have to do. Dana, okay, this is my last time messaging. He actually got that wrong. Then he said, see, you've now got me misspelling my words. I'm a mess. Just one date, phone call, text message. I'll come to you. Can you answer my call? Reg, enough. I'll call you to meet me. She doesn't even need to do that, in all fairness. Just say, I'll see you at Raw. She doesn't need to arrange to meet up, does she? So, seems like Reggie does not take rejection very well. That's what I've learned today. So, that's being retweeted by WWE. That's harsh, isn't it? That's harsh. I mean, you're going through a divorce, a breakdown, and the company you work for is retweeting the messages that you are sending to your current wife as you're trying to save your marriage. The company you work for is seemingly using these messages as some form of entertainment. I mean, it's disgusting. He would have a case if he took them to court. I'm telling you now. He would have a case. We've got Ezekiel will be on the show as well tonight. And lots of other things. I don't think there's been anything else announced. There's lots of stuff about Batista because it's his 20-year anniversary. So lots of stuff on the social media about Batista, who celebrates 20 years. And then just loads of stuff about Backlash. So, yeah, not tons for tonight, but lots to still keep an eye out for, if that makes sense. So, I am very much looking forward to this show. Steve said, I could see Cody winning the title and getting involved in the feud with Seth. Why else would Cody get a random title match? Doesn't make sense because he could say he's not interested. Well, you would never turn down a title opportunity. So he's been given a title opportunity, and why would you also give him a random title opportunity without any build? There's been no build here. It's literally just, here's a title opportunity. So for there to be no build to this kind of indicates that they're going to do the match, and then Seth's going to interfere. It'll be a DQ, and then, that's going to allow this feud to continue, because at the moment it's 2-0 Cody. Cody could look to move on now. He's beaten Seth twice. So Seth now is going to get some comeback, I would imagine, by costing Cody a title. I mean, I think we all know if Cody faces Theory, Cody should win. He would be favourite to win. So my expectation, and of course I can be wrong, is that we're going to see Cody doing well, maybe borderline about to win the United States title, when Seth will distract or come down to the ring, interfere. He'll cost Cody. Cody will win the match, but it'll be by DQ. That then is going to give a reason for the Cody-Seth feud to continue, put a bit more fuel onto that feud. It's a good defense for Theory. It's a big, dangerous match for Theory. If he can come out of it, even if he loses the match by DQ, but if he can come out of it champion, then that's going to give him something to brag about the fact that he took on Cody and he still got that United States title. He came out still champion. So it'd give him something to brag about as well. I think if this had a bit of a build to it and they'd made this feel important, then I'd be like, yeah, okay, I could see them putting the belt on him, but they haven't. There's been no builds. They've dropped it on us out of nowhere. That really makes me think that this is just being used to further that Seth Rollins storyline. So, I mean, we'll see, won't we? We'll see. It's it could go either way, of course it could, but I'm feeling pretty confident that by the time Raw ends, Theory will still be the United States champion. It would be cool to see The Miz come out and interfere and push a match between those two, says Damo. That's interesting. Taboy said Rhea will pay Liv, will get her payback. So, yeah, there's a good chance of that. We were talking about it when it happened yesterday, about how Judgment Day has got a woman now, shock horror. So, AJ and Finn Balor, if they are going to join forces, and it feels like they are, because Finn Balor is clearly around and involved in this feud, they're going to need a woman. They're going to need a woman to deal with Rhea Ripley. The feud that Rhea Ripley is in at the moment, or was Liv Morgan. So I don't know if they are going to go with Liv. I would say she's probably favourite, but that's big for Liv, That is big for Liv. For Liv to be involved in a storyline that features Edge, AJ, Finn Balor, like a borderline Bullet Club reunion. I mean, technically, You know, if Finn and AJ are together and they're like, you know, too sweet in each other, if Liv joins up, too sweet in as well. This is like pretty close to her being in Bullet Club, which would be, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you'd give. You got Judgment Day. Does AJ and Balor and Liv, do they call themselves a faction? If it's a play on Bullet Club, I think that'd be really, really fun. I know, like, Balor Club could be what they go with, but it's hard to see AJ being happy to be in Balor Club. Do you know what I mean? Like, they'd probably have to go with someone else, because I don't really see Balor as being the leader of that group. It doesn't really feel like there is a leader of that group, so to name it after Finn would feel a bit weird. But I'm excited. Again, you know, I keep coming back to I'm excited because I really like the story. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to do. And, you know, are they going to come up with a new name? Is Liv going to be involved? Will they go with someone different? Is it even going in that direction? You know, we could now just go off in a whole different direction. So just seeing how this develops, I think is going to be a lot of fun. Did you see they tweeted something about Money in the Bank? I saw you tweeted me. I didn't see WWE tweeting anything. Liv is too good looking for a stable, says Finbar. Charlotte Ronda I Quit match was awesome and brutal, says Kaiser. I agree. I honestly, I sent a tweet out again. You know, I was quite active on Twitter, actually. I sent a tweet out just saying that I thought it was a match of the year contender. I still do. I would have it in my top 10. I think that WWE, I'm not going to get into like AEW and all their matches or New Japan or anything like this. Just we focus on WWE. I think it's a top 10 match. So I was really, really impressed with what they did. I thought they did so much in the time, and I loved it when they were fighting in the crowds. There's maybe a couple of moments that, you know, stop it being like five stars. I thought, like, when Charlotte had the kendo sticks, she had 2 kendo sticks. For her to lose those kendo sticks so quickly, you know, she's got 2 weapons. You'd expect her to be able to use those weapons and get some really good shots in. But Ronda just, like, grabbed them and took them. And it was like, it's like Charlotte had the advantage and just seemingly gave it away. So, you know, little things like that just made me go, I don't know, that bit seems a bit like, I'm pretty sure Charlotte would have just wailed away, man. I'm pretty sure Charlotte would have found a way of getting some shots off if she's got 2 kendo sticks. So those little things just stop it for me being like 5 stars. Just little bits like that throughout the match. But I still reckon it was like 4-2-5 or something along those lines. I really, really enjoyed it. It reminded me a lot of Charlotte and Sasha from, I think it was like a Raw from years ago, and they were fighting in the crowd. I remember Sasha doing a bank statement through the railings, and it was a very similar moment to when Charlotte had Ronda through the railings. So kind of brought like flashbacks of that, brought flashbacks to their Survivor Series match. So it was good. It was good. I mean, it reminded me of like some really great women's matches from the past. So a little bit of a nostalgia kind of vibe to it as well. It was great. Really, really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, I would have it in my top 10, along with both Cody and Seth matches. I think both of them are absolute barn burners. Thought they were absolutely brilliant. And you could even say the main event was really good. AJ Edge was really good. As we said, I mean, it was a really solid show last night. Really solid show. Macarai said it's not going to be Asuka that joins Finn and AJ since she's feuding with Becky. Neither Bianca. She's feuding with Sonya. Only Liv makes sense. How about AJ, Finn, and Becky? Becky's with Asuka at the moment, so it is true. It probably will be someone that's, you know, not really in a feud. And the only feud that Liv is in is with Rhea Ripley. She's in a feud with Rhea Ripley. They team together, so I must admit, it does feel like it is. I'll be surprised if it's anyone other than Liv Morgan. Matthew, shout out to you. What do you think about Roman leaving? Well, I don't think he is leaving. We spoke about this at length yesterday. So his contract is goes all the way through to next April. So until next April, it absolutely covered. We're fine, right? So WrestleMania next year's fine. Everything up until then is fine. So if he is leaving, it won't be until next April. I think at that point he signs a new contract where he then starts working a reduced schedule. Now, how much of a reduced schedule, I don't know. There's every chance that the only things he drops are house shows. There's every chance that we still see him on SmackDown most weeks, but he just doesn't do house shows. So there is, I mean, you've got to remember, no announcement has been made. All this Roman noise has come from him talking to the crowd at a house show, which was interesting. I'm not belittling it. I'm not saying it wasn't interesting, but equally I am saying, let's not blow it out of proportion, right? Let's not make this a bigger story than it really is. And at the moment, it feels like, yeah, his next contract that he's going to sign, I think will be a reduced schedule. But to be honest, I've been kind of feeling that for a little while because we found out about the leukemia. He's worked a very busy schedule. We know that he wants to go to Hollywood. We know that this incredible title reign is going to come to an end at some point. It wouldn't have surprised me that once this contract was up, he would have, worked less dates and not done as much as what he's been doing. But I didn't know when his contract was up. I mean, I'm not that level of fan where I know everyone's contract details and I know when they expire and all this kind of stuff. I haven't got a clue. I couldn't have told you when Roman's contract was expiring. But there's people out there with that knowledge that have now said it's April. So I think we're fine till April, and then I think it will get reduced. But as I said, the only thing that could change is that he might not do house shows. Or it could be a little bit more, and, we just don't see him as much on SmackDown. But I would still expect him for, big shows. I'm still expecting him at WrestleManias and all that kind of stuff. I think that, he could go away and do the odd film, go away for a month or two, then come back. I think, he's not lying. I think we are moving to a new phase in his career. But that new phase doesn't mean that's it, he's gone, he's bye, I'm off, see you later. That new phase can just mean less dates. So, Roman has re-signed a 5-year deal with reduced house shows, says Jess, according to Dave Meltzer. Hasib said, Fightful tweeted about a familiar face being backstage at Raw. Is it Vince? He's quite familiar, isn't he? Ronald said, there's a rumor that Cody's going to challenge Theory for the title. Is it true? It is true. Yes, it is true. WWE Vibes said, do you think WWE will decline once Roman goes? He was a big part of people coming back. I think there will be a decline, but I think the decline is happening anyway, to be honest. If you look at how many people are watching Raw and SmackDown these days compared to how many watched a few years ago, go back 3 years, go back 5 years, go back 8 years, go back 10 years, you will see that it's gradually gone down. Now, I do appreciate the way that we watch wrestling has changed drastically. Do you know what I mean? Like, the way that we watch and we enjoy wrestling is very, very different now because now you can DVR things. You could just watch all the key highlights on YouTube. It's not like you have to sit and watch the show and there's no other way of finding out what's happened unless you do that. And obviously back in the day, that was largely the case. If you didn't watch Raw, it was difficult to know what had happened. Before the internet exploded everywhere in the 2000s. Certainly, I think the first time I got the internet was about 98, 99. And I mean, it was very rudimental. Certainly, my connections were so poor. I mean, it was all dial up. Everything was so slow. I remember trying to download a music track. And honestly, it would take hours to get one music track. The bar was moving so slow. So broadband and all that. I mean, trying to find wrestling results. I'm sure you could, but I mean, it wasn't easy and the masses weren't doing it. So, as mobile phones have come in now. I mean, think about what mobile phones were like going back, 15 years or so. This is before full internet was on them and everything. It's just how times have changed, isn't it? So I think Roman going will see that decline further, but I don't think it's because Roman's gone. I think Roman brings in fans, but WWE have always managed to find the next person, and they've always done a good job of doing that. And so someone will fill those boots. You know, the same concerns would have been, do you think when John Cena goes, WWE are going to have a big decline because, I mean, it's John Cena? Well, it's like, you know, that the decline was no worse than what it was going to be because Roman Reigns came along. Well, Roman Reigns will go, and then Braun Breaker will, you know, take over. Or Gable Steveson will take over. I mean, Gable Steveson, you know, has got to be a massive, exciting project for them. Braun Breaker, as we said, we know that he's going to be a big deal when he comes up. So, yeah, you know, there's going to be people that will carry that forward. And don't forget, they can always make Seth Rollins a bigger deal. You know, Seth Rollins is wildly popular. There's nothing stopping them putting the belts on him if they needed. Drew McIntyre, you know, could become a bigger deal. I know some of these maybe don't feel like Roman replacements, but you've got to think they're not booked as Roman replacements. You know, Drew isn't booked really as a replacement for Roman. Turn him heel and have Paul Heyman worshipping Drew. You might get somewhere. You might not, but then you can always try someone else. So, nah, I don't think it's going to be a problem. You know, we survived Hogan when Hogan went. We survived after Stone Cold and The Rock when they went. We survived after John Cena when John Cena went. They survived after, like, CM Punk when he went. They'll survive after Roman. As I said, we know Cody and Seth are going to finish their feud at Hell in a Cell. We know Cody loves a bit of blood in matches with weapons. Do you think WWE would allow blood the way that AEW do? On a pay-per-view, I would imagine they would allow a bit of colour. How much, I really don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if on a premium live event they allowed a little bit of colour. But yeah, I mean, it's not the kind of thing you see on SmackDown or Raw, or very, very rare, or if it is, it's an accident type thing. So yeah, I think if they really feel like it's going to add to the match, if they really feel like it's going to be of benefit, I think they might allow it. I don't think they have to be PG on the premium live events. I think there is a bit more freedom because that obviously isn't shown on a network. It's shown on Peacock, and Peacock's got plenty of non-PG content on it, so it's really not a problem. So yeah, I could see there being a little bit, but I can't see it being a gushing Crimson Mask death match. I certainly wouldn't be expecting that, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of colour. Jilly, hello. What did you think about Cody knowing Roman was going to take on lesser shows and depart after a year? WWE told Cody this and said now is the best time to bring him in and rebuild his family. I haven't heard that Cody was aware of these things. So I don't know that he was. I don't know if he's come out and said that he knew this or didn't know this. But to be honest, I mean, I still don't think that Roman is leaving. I think he's taking a reduced role, but it's a reduced role that I think will still be able to maintain him as the head of the table, the tribal chief. I think if you look at how Brock was champion and worked, you know, a limited schedule, they've shown that they will do it, and they've shown they can do it. And I can see the exact same thing with Roman. Roman could still even be champion and just defend on pay-per-view shows and just, you know, make the odd appearance on SmackDown. I mean, I really think it's the house shows that he's looking to cut out more than anything else. I think the house shows and maybe a bit flexibility if he is going to go off and do a movie. So, you know, that is the natural step down. And as we've said, we've seen it before with other superstars that, you know, they don't just up and leave. They do, like, naturally step down, and we see them, you know, just lightening that load. So, yeah, again, it's hard to know how big of a thing this is. I mean, no one, like, I don't think anyone's expecting him to just completely walk away. But I still think there'll be enough to maintain him as, you know, the tribal chief, the head of the table, and to still keep him around quite a bit. Cody is going to win Money in the Bank, says Gerards. Edge should have beaten Roman twice already, says Wubio. He should go and never come back, says JT Colin. Kaysen said, I think Gable Steveson will defeat Roman at WrestleMania 39. Tarek said, do you think Happy Corbin is done with Madcap Moss? I hope so. That feud just isn't really doing it for me. I think it was something I just wasn't. I probably paid the least attention to that match out of any of the matches. And not because I love Omos and Bobby Lashley more, but just the timing, We'd just had Rhea join Judgment Day. We'd just had that incredible Ronda Charlotte match. And then here's Madcap Moss and Happy Corbin. I mean, I think it was there, literally on the show, for the purpose of allowing you to catch your breath and to, take in what you just watched. Which is, maybe unfair. But, that's the whole reason why it was at that point in the card. It was a way of you gathering your thoughts, getting your head around what you'd just seen, and then, resetting and getting ready for that main event. It's a break in the show, really. So, it's not a feud that is really grabbing my attention. So, we'll see. That's SmackDown. We'll worry about that when we get to Friday. Punched says Austin Theory teaming with Seth Rollins and Vince is setting up Cody for a feud, and Finn will be in the mix of it. Channel Name said Cody versus Cena is a dream match. Hopefully WrestleMania 40 or 41. That would be fun. That would be fun because when Cody was in the first time, Cena was obviously around and at the top of the card. So it would be really fun to see, the guy that was the guy when Cody was in the first time, now taking on Cody and, maybe even putting him over. So, Days, with the new Money in the Bank stipulation where the winner gets guaranteed main event at Mania, the obvious person to win is Cody, but let's be real, it's going to be The Rock that wins. Thoughts? So, this is one that I've seen people debating, maybe more than anything else, that people are, really split as to whether there is a new stipulation or not. My feeling on it is that I think there could be a new stipulation because I think the way they word it is so strange. I just don't think you would word it that way if you hadn't changed the prize. So, people keep saying, well, technically, if you win Money in the Bank, you can cash it in anywhere, anytime. And one of those places could be the main event of WrestleMania, right? So, Cody saying, I'm going to cash in, or Cody saying you get the chance to main event at WrestleMania, means that you could cash in at WrestleMania. He's not wrong. People that say that are not wrong. I just think it's a really weird way to word it because surely the prize isn't just that. That's one thing you could do. You could do that, but that's just one thing you could do. You could also cash in at Hell in a Cell. You could also cash in at Money in the Bank later in the same show. You could cash in on Raw. You could cash in on SmackDown. You could cash in on the Royal Rumble. You could cash in at Elimination Chamber. It is just strange for him to say you get the chance to main event like WrestleMania. You're just saying one thing that you could do, which is weird and makes me think there is a chance that they have changed the prize to exactly that. Because surely it sounds more exciting to people that have just come into wrestling that if you win the briefcase, you can cash it in anywhere, anytime. That sounds more exciting. You got to think there's young kids that have got into wrestling recently. There's casuals that might have got into wrestling since WrestleMania or since the start of the year. So, there's going to be people that will be watching this Money in the Bank for the first time. Well, we all know the prize was anywhere, anytime. That's always been Money in the Bank's prize. So it's a really, really weird thing for Cody to now just say, you get the chance to main event WrestleMania. It is weird. It is weird. I think we can all agree, at the very least, it is weird that he would just highlight one thing that you could do with the briefcase. So it's weird enough for me to go, yeah, there is a very real chance they've changed the price. There is. Am I saying it has changed? No. Because equally, it might not have changed. But am I saying there's a chance it has changed? Yes. Yes, I am. I do think there is a chance that it has changed. But it needs clarity. Someone needs to come out and tell us that it has changed. Someone needs to clarify this, because it's either really weird wording and it's the same prize, or it has changed. And we do need some clarity on that, to be honest. So if they have changed it, then yes, Cody or Rock, I think, would be the two that I'd be looking at. Rock, as we've said, could run down, get it, or could come down to the ring and then, take a bump, largely sit the match out and win it at the end. There's ways that you can do it. So Cody or The Rock, if the prize has changed. I quite fancy Cody anyway, to be honest, to get it done. But you know what WWE are like. They do change things when they feel like they need to. If they who thought that they would unify the WWE and the Universal? Who thought that both titles would be in that one match and it would be winner takes all? I mean, I didn't expect it to go that way, but they did it because they wanted to make Brock Roman even bigger. Survivor Series is always Raw versus SmackDown. Well, the one year we didn't actually get that. The one year we had Brock defend his title against Rey, and we had Roman defend his title against I can't remember who, Drew or someone. And then they actually did proper title defenses at Survivor Series. So again, they changed the rules of Survivor Series. Normally that is champion versus champion and the titles aren't on the line, but they did change it the other year. So that it was actual title defenses. So it really wouldn't be unheard of for WWE to change what they want to do with Money in the Bank and the prize that's up for grabs. It was only the other year that Asuka won the thing, and it turned out it wasn't an opportunity of the title. The title was in the briefcase, so she actually won the belt. So they changed the prize technically on that day a few years ago, back in 2020 as well. So yeah, I'm torn as to whether they've changed the stipulation or not. I'm torn on it. I really don't know, because I can see the argument both ways. I can see that, yes, technically the way they've worded it is still what the prize is, because you can cash it in anywhere, anytime, or they could have changed it. So I would like some clarity on that, to be honest. Dan Levitt, Bangkok Wolves. Almost said Wales. Don't know why. Dan Levitt, Bangkok Wolves. Shout out to you, dudes. What's your picture? I don't know. It looks like you're holding something, but I don't know what it is. Please let us know. Big updates. It's been a while since been able to catch the streams, since the time zone here is so different in Asia. DQ happening in the Cody match. Shout out to you, Dan Levitt. I still want to know what you're holding. I think so. Yes, we touched on it briefly at the very start. I think there will be a DQ there. I think that it's going to be a case that Seth interferes and it just furthers that feud. I mean, I would still imagine that Theory and Cody are still going to have a great match, though. And it's going to be nice to see Cody in there against someone different. So, hell of a opportunity for Theory, to be honest, to get in there with Cody and show what he can do. So, I'm really hoping that match is going to be really good, really engaging. I don't want it to just be, bell rings, they, do a few things, and then literally a couple of minutes later, here's Seth. I'm hoping that it gets some time so that we can see, just what Theory can do when he's in there with a really, really great wrestler, just like Cody Rhodes. Because we don't get a chance to see Theory really in, too many great matches like that. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But I would expect it to be a DQ finish, yes. An off-topic UFC dream match in the next couple of years. Chandler McGregor. Dana, make it happen. Strike versus Striker thoughts. It'd be brilliant. I don't know that it would be dream match for me. I feel that that's pretty straightforward for Chandler. I mean, it would be. I'd tune in. I would really love to see it, but I'd be feeling pretty good for Chandler. My stock's not too high on McGregor at the moment. I feel like he probably needs to get a warm-up match in. I feel like he needs to just look a little further down the cards, get someone that he can get a good win against, get his momentum going, remind the fans that he is a danger. If he could pick someone low end of the rankings, maybe just outside the rankings, get like a good knockout finish, like get a good showing, just remind people that he is Conor McGregor. Like, I think that could be really, really exciting. But then, yeah, him against Chandler would be a barn burner. That would be a lot of fun. Him against Usman as well. I mean, I would expect Usman to win that match, but it still feel big. I would expect Usman to try and get Conor down and just use the wrestling. But the thing with Usman is he's really improved his striking. And I think he'd want to show that against Conor as well. I actually think, I mean, like, Usman wants to take on Tyson Fury. And he wants to take on Canelo Alvarez. And he wants to take on all these boxers. Like, he keeps calling out boxers. I think we've got Ngannou that's actually about to go up against Fury as well. But Usman's, like, open to boxing. He's open to taking on anyone. Like, right now, he is the pound-for-pound great. So, I think up against Conor, he'd want to show that he can outbox Conor. So, I think even Usman, who's a bit of a grappler, wrestler, he would also start to lean on his striking. When we saw him taking on Masvidal, he stood and banged, man. He was striking out with Masvidal. Masvidal against Conor, now that would be great as well. Jorge Masvidal, who's a great trash talker, and Conor McGregor, who is a great trash talker. Both of them are just maybe that level below champion. So I don't know on that one, actually. I feel like, because Conor's got bigger now. Like, before you would have said, nah, he's too small. But now he's actually saying that he's really going to struggle to get back to lightweight. So, welterweight might be the division for him. That's why he's calling out Usman. So, yeah, I'd be kind of down for Masvidal and Conor. But I do like your Chandler one as well. I'm down for it. Totally down for it. I just, after that knockout against, listen, I think if you can beat Tony Ferguson, I think that you're, in a good place in the division. And he front kicked him to the face. And he looked brutal, Michael Chandler. So I would expect him to be able to beat Conor McGregor. How's Conor's recovery? It's still happening. He's still not quite ready, but he has been putting out some little clips of, him working out and building himself up and getting bigger. And he's actually looking in quite good shape. But Dana keeps saying he's not ready yet. All these people are calling him out and he's not ready. He's not ready. But maybe a chance we get a Conor fight. Maybe December, maybe. Probably more likely early next year. But we'll have to see. It's very exciting in UFC as well. Aseeb said, what changed on Cody? I remember you saying when he was in AEW, you wasn't bothered by Cody wrestling. You didn't think he was great. You only liked him getting booed. I think that him coming into WWE is a really exciting story because him coming back to WWE is very unexpected. I think also he's on his own. So, Brandy I always found really annoying. I've always found that really annoying. The kind of matches that he has as well in AEW. So, for example, when he took on, what's his name? The British boxer. I forgot his name now. But the British boxing guy, I really wanted him to, put that guy over, and he didn't. And, that was annoying. I think that really turned. I think him going off and doing the reality show, the quiz show, all that kind of stuff, I think that him going off and doing that and then not putting over certain people really started to turn the crowd against him. And then, yes, it is true. I loved watching the crowd booing him out the building. I loved it when he threw the weight belt into the crowd and they chucked it back and they didn't want anything to do with him. And we was talking a lot about, it would be really great if Cody came out and just thought that he couldn't hear it. He couldn't hear the boos. In his mind, they're booing the opponent. In his mind, it's not him. They're not booing him. So I really wanted AEW then to go down the road of him thank you as they're booing is still giving motivational speeches and all this kind of stuff. So there was definitely, and then also some of his matches, as we've said before, I'm not crazy on the high flying stuff. There's some of the matches I was watching, him against Sammy in the ladder match, for example, there was loads of there was some lovely stuff in there, but the thing with AEW is they do go too far, in my opinion. Like, a prime example, I can't remember who he was wrestling, but do you remember they had a good match, and then right at the end, there was a table that was set up. Brandy got in and lit the table on fire. So he was up in the corner, the table was lit on fire, and he does this like suplex move. He ends up putting himself through that table that was on fire. His back is all burning. He's clearly in pain and discomfort. We've just watched him we've just watched his wife set a table on fire, and then Cody ended up putting himself through it, and not even on purpose. He didn't even mean to like put himself through it. It was a botch. And it was just another example of where, like, a Cody match just went too far. He's always been a great in-ring wrestler with the ability to put on great in-ring matches. The problem is, with AEW, there has to be a flaming table. There has to be an exploding barbed wire. There has to be big spots off a ladder. There always has to be something that just takes it too far. But if you stripped it back and just had, like, a normal wrestling match, two people wrestling, trying to figure out who the best person is, like what we're seeing with Cody and Seth. You know, the things that I've been enjoying in those Cody and Seth matches have been like how in the first one it was a surprise, but in the second one Seth knew, so Cody was just like a step behind at the start of that second one. That kind of psychology I think is so clever, and it's so engaging. It really brings me into the match. There's no fire, there's no exploding things, right? There's no massive somersaults. It's just really clever in-ring storytelling. It's really, really clever. It's just really simple, clever storytelling. It's clean, it's believable, it's logical. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And that's all Cody ever needed to be doing. Sometimes, you know, I'm sure you've heard it a million times, keep it simple. Keep it simple. Sometimes, you know, wrestling goes back, God, who knows, 200 years? It goes all the way back to the cavemen that were fighting over, like, you know, food and caves and women and whatever, right? I mean, like, fighting and combat goes all the way back to the cavemen. But, like, from a professional point of view, you could say that pro wrestling, you know, around 200 odd years or so, like, this is something that's been around and entertained people for a long time. Like, we don't need to be, like, doing crazy stuff. Like, at its core, wrestling is very, very entertaining, and it's entertained people for hundreds, thousands of years. So if you've got something that's entertained people for hundreds and thousands of years, surely all you need to do is just do that, but do it well and keep it simple and keep it logical and keep it, you know, engaging. And I think what he's done with Seth is exactly that. You know, they've kept it in ring, they've kept it, or, you know, they've been on the outside of the ring, but, you know, we're seeing, like, you know, good competitive matches, really good action, some decent development with the storytelling. They're both highly skilled, highly trained, you know, they complement each other well. The back and forths are really engaging, lovely little reversals in there, and it's just really, really good. It's just really good. You can lose yourself in the drama of it, and I thought the second match was probably as good as the first, but I would say the first gets the nod because of how great it was when Cody came back. So, but I mean, there was still some of those matches happening in AEW. I don't want to paint a picture that everything he did in AEW was rubbish, because that's not true. But there definitely were AEW matches, probably quite big, significant ones, that either I thought the wrong person went over, or he put himself through a flaming table, or I thought there was just too many spots. I think that same match, that ladder match I was talking about, wasn't that the one where the refs were holding the ladders so that they could do the jumps off the top? So the ref in the ring was actually holding the ladder for them so that they could then do their, like, stunts. And it's like, you know, that stuff is the stuff that I do just go, oh, okay. You know, it's like when there's a suicide dive out and they land on a load of people that are waiting. Like that, you go, okay, yeah, I've seen this like 1 billion times. It, like, literally happens every week. Suicide dives are just one of the most overused moves in wrestling as well. Like, whenever I see them now, unless they're like Darby Allin ones that are just really intense, I do go, okay, yeah, cool. So, yeah, it's just bits like that. But I think what I've seen from him in WWE, there's no brandy. There's no on. All of that kind of extra noise has been stripped away. Storytelling's been good. His matches he's had's been good. It's no coincidence, he's been in there with, like, Seth, who's, like, one of the best wrestlers in the world. So, that's going to help, isn't it? Actually wrestling one of the best wrestlers in the world. Maybe as his career goes on, there'll be those things that sneak in and you go, I didn't like that. Probably will be. Everyone's career's going to have them. But I think so far, so good for what they've done with Cody. Dan Levitt said, to answer your question, I'm holding a Wolverhampton Wanderers badge. I'm a Wolves fan. Oh, that does make sense. I really should have pieced that together. But the image I've got is quite small, so I couldn't quite make it out. I've been a Wolves fan my whole life, but I was born in Thailand to a UK father. Dan Levitt, shout out to you. I lived in Wolverhampton. I have been and watched a game at the ground, but I didn't watch Wolves. I watched England under 21s. But, yeah, I have been. So I have been to Molineux as well. And we actually looked, and it is my closest Premier League ground. As I'm sat here right now, if I was to go to a Premier League game, the closest one to me would be Molineux. If I was to go to one, I think it's about 38 minutes or something away from where I am right now. If I was jumped in a car. So, nothing but love for Wolves. Lived there, worked there. Nothing but love for Wolves. So, good season you've had as well. Good season. So, Dan, shout out to you, buds. Squidgebert said, I just watched that microwave video. Are you still suffering, dudes? I've spoke about that video quite a few times. I could not breathe. And you know what? Seriously now, because it's years and years after that video. So I would tell you the absolute truth now. Like, if there was anything that was fake in there or whatever, nothing in that video is fake, right? I could not breathe. I think it's actually quite concerning, right? Genuinely quite concerning that if you put a plastic figure and never do this. I don't know how to stress that enough. Never do this, because I did it, right? And I'm telling you, don't do it, because I did it and the smoke was billowing out of the microwave like it was pouring out of the microwave. I actually turned the microwave on, and you don't see everything in the video, but I put a figure in the microwave because I wanted to know what was going to happen, right? So I put a figure in the microwave, and I set it for about 5 minutes or something. So I set it, and I was like, it's probably going to take a while for something to happen. Like, I thought it would, like, slowly, like, melt. I didn't think it would, like, be a quick thing. So I went and sat down, and I was like, I'll come back to that in a sec. So I went and sat down, and I was watching something that was on TV, and then all of a sudden I could just, like, what's that smell? And I looked, and smoke was pouring out of the microwave. So the first thing I did was, like, open a window, and as soon as I opened the microwave door, it just comes out, and I couldn't breathe. I could not breathe. I had to run over to that window, and I had to, like, stick my head out the window, and I was just coughing and trying to desperately get oxygen. It's really scary, actually. Like, there's no oxygen. Like, it just consumes, or, like, there's no oxygen. You cannot breathe. And probably what you're breathing in is probably poisonous as well. So, yeah. I must admit, I'm glad I did it, because now I've got the answer, and I know what happens. I would never, ever, ever do it again. I would never do it again. I would never, ever recommend anyone do it. It's horrible. It's horrible. So, yeah. Don't do it. I do often show it, though. I do still have it. I never threw it away. It's there, look. That's what happened to the figure. So, if you've seen the video, he's actually laid down like that. This bottom part, like his legs, goes like that black. You see that black colour? It goes that colour, and it, like, bubbled up. It was, like, this big. And it was all black, and it had bubbled up. But that's what it did to this figure after about 2 minutes. That's what it did to the figure. And any bits that are missing just either turned to black and were, like, charcoaly. There's no like bits that I've lost or anything. This was stuck onto the thing. So yeah, that's what it did to it. It absolutely trashed it. So never do it. WWE Vibes says, how would you feel if Cena versus Brock happened at SummerSlam? Since Brock attacked Cena off air after Roman match at SummerSlam, could he get revenge? I mean, it'd be a big match, but it's a match we've seen before, and Cena was battered. Cena could say that he wants revenge, but to be honest, I don't think he would want revenge for something that was never broadcast. He would probably want revenge for what happened at SummerSlam 2014, which was when he got absolutely destroyed by Brock. So you might remember that when Brock ended Undertaker's streak, they pushed him to the moon, and one of the biggest things you could do at that point was not only end the streak, but then destroy John Cena. And at that SummerSlam, that's exactly what he did. It was an absolute destruction. So, you could maybe make an argument that Cena would like to get revenge for that, but in 2022, I must admit, it's a match that would be easy to advertise. It would be a spectacle. It would get people watching. It's maybe not the match I would book. I think that I'd be much more into Cena versus Gunther, which I think is a really great match. And then, Brock, Cody, or you could do Brock and... I don't know, man. I don't know who you'd put in there with Brock. Brock is so, there's so many people you could. You could do Brock Nakamura, which would be really interesting. But I just don't think they see Nakamura on that level. But that actually calls back to when they had a match at New Japan. Brock against Nakamura was the main event, I think, of a Wrestle Kingdom. And, you could maybe even look at that. But I do like Cena Gunther. I'm down for that. Maybe you do Brock Cody. To be honest, you could do Brock Cody. That could be kind of interesting. We've had Brock AJ. We've had Brock Finn. So we've done that. We've obviously done Brock Seth. So we've had that as well. We've done Brock Kevin Owens. Have we done Brock Kevin Owens? Might be tempted to do Brock Kevin Owens if we haven't done Brock Kevin Owens. I'm trying to think if we've done Brock versus Kevin Owens, and I can't recall it. But yeah, I'd probably have a look at some alternatives. Can you try to do some more fun videos like the microwave? You used to do figure videos like bowling. Yeah, but that was when we were buying figures and we constantly had figures coming in. So I do have a lot of figures on a shelf, but I think getting them all down to do some bowling with them or something. And plus also that video's on the channel. I think the bowling one's on the channel. I couldn't really think of doing anything different. There's a dominoes one that's on the channel where we stacked them up and knocked them all down. I've fired them with a gun, so I've done that as well. I feel like we've done quite a lot of that sort of stuff with the figures. And it just kind of got to the point where I was struggling to think really of anything else to do. So then obviously lockdown happened and then we were just streaming a lot. So I do want to get some figure videos on, but it would probably be more looking at the range because I feel like I've been away from the range for so long that I would like to have a look and see, what's come out. Have a look at what are the best Roman Reigns figures that you could get. What's the best Undertaker figures that you could get? I'd be interested in looking at stuff like that. What was the best figures of 2017? What was the best figures of 2016? What's the best figures of 2014? What are the best WCW figures maybe that they've made in the Mattel line? What's the best Builder figure? I'm really interested in all of that, really having a look at the range. So that's definitely on my mind to do stuff like that. But the fun stuff, as you said, I felt like I exhausted that, to be honest. I sort of ran out of ideas. Bowled with them, used them as dominoes, shot weapons at them, did multiple battle royals, did figure setups. So we did all that as well. I even did a video where I had them talking. And we did them doing a little talking thing, which I thought was kind of fun. So, yeah, I think I got to the point where I did a lot and couldn't run out of ideas. Did you hear that Roman had re-signed? According to Meltzer, the contract has got him doing less house shows and a lighter schedule. It was mentioned earlier, according to Meltzer, that he's re-signed a 5-year deal. That's in line with what I was expecting. I think what we've been discussing. So, yeah, cool, good. Hopefully that now gets everyone to stop saying what you think about him leaving, because as we said, I sort of feel like his comments at a random house show just got taken and blown way out of proportion. So. But I do think he will reduce that schedule, and, it's interesting if he's signed a new contract that does exactly that. What's your thoughts on Bayern wanting Mane? Not surprised. Good player. Kaysen said, what would be a good match would be Gable Steveson versus Bobby Lashley, Cody Rhodes versus Ricochet. Hoff Sports Media, hello, said, hello Days, how's your day? Good, thank you. Cody versus Theory, I think Theory wins by DQ because of Seth setting up Seth Cody Hell in a Cell, and hopefully they go crazy inside that cell. When Punk was rumoured to debut on Rampage, the rating did 1.1. If he debuted on Dynamite, that rating could have been 1.4, 1.5 at an 8 p.m. time slot instead of 10 p.m. I don't know. But they have a time slot of 8 till 10, don't they, on a Wednesday? So, I mean, yeah, I'm sure the ratings would have been a little bit higher, but they did it on Rampage because I think hadn't they just really started trying to push that show? That show was their second show, their second hour of the week, if you will. I know they have 2 hours for Dynamite, but it's their second show, if you will. And they were really trying to push it. So, I mean, how could you push it more than bringing out CM Punk? So they went for it. Could they have got some more ratings on Dynamite? Sure. But it was probably the right move to do it on Rampage. Because by doing it on Rampage, it forced everyone to tune into Rampage and know that there is a Rampage. And everyone now knows that it's on a Friday and, what time it is and all of that kind of stuff. So I think they used it for that reason. I think they maybe sacrificed a couple of 100,000 viewers on Dynamite for that week to... And you got to remember as well, who knows what rating it would have got. I don't know what they were expecting. I don't know what they were hoping for. So who knows what it would have got. But it's obviously, did lower than if they'd have done it on Dynamite. But I think they were quite happy to sacrifice, maybe some ratings so that people were aware there was a Rampage, which I think hadn't started long before. Rampage only got 200,000, which isn't good. Yeah, I did see that. I must admit, I mean, there's low, and then there is low, and that is low. I do think Rampage is definitely struggling. I can't remember what time it's on this week. We will still start early so that we can, get to it. But yeah, it's not great, is it? And it was a much better time slot for them as well. I mean, a lot of people say it's too late being on at 10 o'clock at night, but this time it was actually on at 5:30. Maybe the argument is that's too early. Perhaps the porridge isn't quite right. It was too late. It's too early. When they're on at 10 o'clock at night, they tend to get 600,000. They go to 5:30 and now it's 200,000. So, I mean, I don't know. It was. I understand the disruption means that people could have tuned in at 10 going, where's Rampage? I do understand that, but it is a low number. There's no escaping it. I mean, that's a third. It's a third. We're not seeing Dynamite dropping by a third. We're not seeing Raw or SmackDown dropping by, going down to, actually losing 2/3. It lost 2/3 of its viewers. As I said, normally it's 600,000. This time it went down to 200 and something thousand. So, but a chunk of that will be due to the fact it changed its time slot as well. But not good. However you carve it up, it's not good. 10 p.m. being late makes me laugh, says James. Legend Killer, hello. Hope you are well. If you done what I told you to like on the link, you would have seen it's been changed, says Edwards. I saw your link, Edward, but it was a link to another YouTube channel. It's not a link to Dave Meltzer. Like, if you want to give me news from Meltzer, give me news from Sean Ross Sapp, give me news from WrestleVotes. Like, I'll believe those sources. That link that you sent me is, I presume, I didn't watch it, but I presume is just reporting about what was said last night. Well, we watched that show. We watched it. We know what was said. We know that it's, potentially a new prize. It's not 100% a new prize. I think the way it's worded definitely makes me think there's good potential they could have changed it, as we spoke about earlier. But again, you need to get it from certain sources. Like, unless Meltzer's turning around saying, "Yeah, I've spoke to someone in WWE and they're telling me that the prize has changed," or if Sean Ross Sapp says it, or if WrestleVote says it, then I will go with it. But if it's just coming from another YouTube channel, they're only getting the same information and only seeing the same stuff that we're seeing. Yeah, so they will have watched the show, heard what was said, and then, done a video on it or done an article on it. So Debbie said, did you see a Fiend tease? I hope they are teasing the Fiend. They're not teasing the Fiend. It was a kid that was dressed as the Fiend. That was it. There was a kid that went to the show dressed as the Fiend. There's no tease there. Finbar says, can you sing Sasha Banks' theme? I can sing Sasha Banks' theme. I'm not going to, because Raw is beginning. It's an article. Yes, but is it not an article by a YouTube channel? The one that you sent me was a YouTube channel. Dizzle Dog, shout out to you. Sean Ross Sapp came out, said it was a mistake. Cody said the wrong thing. Did he? I haven't seen that. If you're telling me that's what he said, then okay, that's very interesting. But if he said the wrong thing, wouldn't they just get him to do it again? Because it wasn't live. It was a proper video package. So if he'd have said the wrong thing, wouldn't they have gone, no, do it again, that's not the right thing to say. So that's even weirder. If he said the wrong thing, that's even stranger, because it was a pre-recorded video package. He was walking around Allegiant Stadium, so it wasn't like a live promo. Saying the wrong thing in a live promo would be, one thing, but to say something wrong during a pre-recorded video package is insane. Owens versus Brock was done at a Madison Square Garden live event, says Blaze Radio. Okay, but we've not technically seen it. If we've not technically seen it at like a pay-per-view or on like TV, then I'd be tempted to go that way. I think that could be a fun match. Here we are at Raw anyway. We have begun. And we're starting with RK Bro. RK Bro making their way out. RK Bro obviously not victorious last night. What do you think about Cody Finn match? Yeah, I'd like to see it. I mean, they're both faces at the moment. But it'd be a really fun contest. I'd be down for seeing it, definitely. AJ said, I would like to see Brock versus Omos or Gable Steveson. Darcy, how much longer do you think RK Bro has got left? Well, they're massively over. I mean, Harley sent me that clip of the pop that Orton got when he hit the RKO on Randy Orton. It was a monstrous pop. RK Bro are defending their tag team championships against the Street Profits. Listen, if the Street Profits win tonight, you might get your answer. I mean, I can't see them splitting whilst they've got those tag team championships. It's going to be really interesting once they lose them. We've got CGI Fish. So yeah, I mean, look, if they lose those tag titles tonight, it could be interesting. Whilst they've got the tag titles, I expect them to stay as a team. And both of them are getting over with the crowds. Days, is Raw not on BT Sport? Yeah, I got it on. BT Sport 1, bud. It's on. Top Tier said another match for the Streets Profits. Right, we've got Randy Orton. Right, we're going to get a promo from RK Bro. Welcome to Monday Night Raw.
Unfortunately, last night at WrestleMania Backlash, my partner and I, even though we gave it everything we got,
We lost the battle to the Bloodline. It's a matter of time till Randy turns heel. I am going to pee down my leg so that I can be immune from jellyfish stings. That is such a clever way of approaching it, William. Good work. Okay, so Randy said we might have lost last night, but the Usos know that they can't beat us. We want your titles. It got us thinking, we want your titles. So RK Bro want to unify the tag divisions. So seemingly we're not done with Usos and RK Bro. What are your thoughts that Cody could be the future when Roman does go? Well, I think he'll win the WWE title. Whether he's going to be, you know, the new man, the face that runs the place, not sure. Okay, so Riddle said, if we don't get that title match against the Usos, then it just shows that Roman doesn't have any confidence in them. Here come the Street Profits. James said they will do that match, but didn't want to do it at Backlash. It needs to be a bigger pay-per-view than that. I think it has to be the Riddle that turns on Randy, says Dragon Den. Street Profits making their way out. The cup's raining down. Here's Street Profits then. Tough loss last night. I'd like the Street Profits to go heel. It feels a bit, this doesn't feel like the way I would start Raw, personally. I think there's so much exciting stuff happening. I think I would have started with Judgment Day. I think Rhea Ripley joining Judgment Day was one of the biggest things that happened. I'd love to have, like, Rhea Ripley saying why she joined. I'm sure we'll get that. Montez Ford says, it is us that will unify. A little bit of a slip there. He's going to do it on his own. So, Street Profits in the ring with RK Bro. We know we've got a title match tonight. A Street Profits heel now. I'd like to see them go heel. It doesn't look like they've gone heel yet. They're just challenging the champions. RK Bro. RK Bro 420 said we just smoked your asses. Okay, there we go. Street Profits are heel, says Sean. You got mixed up. It's a YouTuber that tweeted about an article. If you looked at it, it's to a website. It's to their website, Edward. Edward, do you read the things you actually send me? You sent me a link to their website. You basically sent me a link to another YouTuber who reported what I watched last night. There's no actual news in there. Did you read it, Edward? Do you actually read what you send? It's their own website. It's a link to their own website. Good one, Riddle. Could we potentially see a 6-person mixed tag match? Judgment Day versus AJ, Finn, and Liv. I think we are heading that way, Megan. Yeah, I think we are heading that way. What if Seth causes Cody to lose tonight? I think that's where we're heading. David said, why have you got the feeling Street Profits could become new tag champions? I haven't. I don't think Street Profits are going to be the new tag champs. I just wonder if, like, they just lost last night. They lost last night. So could it be a case that now they lose the titles and this is the start of the breakup? I'm always kind of wondering that. I'm always wondering that as to whether, like, are they going to do it now? Are they going to do it now? I think we're all expecting RK Bro to split up, but it's just when. So it's like, are they going to do it now? I thought that there was a good chance they would have done it before WrestleMania, and then we would have got Randy and Riddle at WrestleMania. So the fact it wasn't done like that way in the build to WrestleMania means now I'm like, are they going to do it for SummerSlam? Like, when are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? I don't think they do it until they drop the belts. So the fact there's a title match tonight made me go, could it be tonight that they lose the belts and they split? But I don't think it is, to be honest. And certainly not now that they're still going on about this title unification. You know, they still want the Usos, and it feels like they're going to, have that match, and we'll get the title unification match. So I think we are going to go that way. So I would say RK Bro are favourites. But yeah, I'm probably the same like most people, looking at it going, are they splitting now? Are they splitting now? Are they splitting now? Is it now? Is it now? Jaden said, how has your day been going? I'm going, it's going all right. It's going all right. Haven't really done a great deal because I didn't actually get to sleep till quite late. Obviously, WrestleMania Backlash finished. And then I was like just reading like what people were saying and had a few tweets and whatever. And just kind of, got a few things like that done. So by the time I actually went to bed, it was a little bit later than usual. And then got up, had something to eat, just doing a few more bits and bobs, and boom, here we are. So it's always a bit of a weird one when there's a show on a Sunday night. I don't feel like I've done much, but I've been looking forward to this show, so this is what my day's all about. Right, we are back from commercial break. We're back from commercial break, and we've got RK Bro against Street Profits. Can I ask for a recap? Yeah, RK Bro came out, said they want to challenge the Usos. Then Street Profits came out, said, well, we've got a match with you tonight. And now here we are. So we've got RK Bro and Street Profits in a tag team championship match. Lewis Belmont Show, walkthroughs, hello, says, I don't think Randy Orton will turn on by Matt Riddle. Street Profits are the top heel team on Raw at the moment. I don't think Randy will turn on Riddle. Street Profits are the top heel team on Raw at the moment. They're not, they don't get that heel reaction from me. They're not laying into the crowds. All they're doing is just challenging the champions. So if they are a heel team, they're not really heeling it up like a heel team. Like, they could easily lay into the crowd, lay into the local sports team, tell the crowd to shut up because we're talking, all this kind of stuff. You just don't see them heeling it up that much. It definitely feels like they're leaning more into being a little bit more of the heel team because, people are loving RK Bro. But whether they've actually turned heel, I honestly don't know. I kind of feel like they're just there. They just don't do it for me either. I just don't really get that excited for the Street Profits, so... I think this match should be that RK Bro retain and get the victory, and then we go on to RK Bro and the Usos. Philip said, random question, do you like it better when they had King of the Ring in one night, or how they have it now? I like King of the Ring in one night, to be honest. I think King of the Ring, you don't need to do loads of matches, but I think you could do the semi-finals and the final. And the other change that I would make to King of the Ring is I would have everyone in it. All the guys would take part, unless you're the, Roman. Or in a tag team. Forget tag teams. Forget tag teams. Forget Roman. Any top champions. But everyone else goes in it. And I would have a big month-long tournament, really. So loads of matches on Raw, loads of matches on SmackDown would be King of the Ring match, first round King of the Ring, second round King of the Ring, and have it build towards the semi-finals and the final. Do it for the guys, do it for the girls, and it's not just you get a stupid crown, right? It's that you are the next in line, you get a title opportunity, but not only that, you won King of the Ring. So I think you should get something. You could have the crown, but the goddamn stupid cape and scepter and all of that. I don't think you need that's a bit OTT. I don't think we need all of that stuff. I just think if you want the prize to be the crown, then just have the crown, but just make it a credible crown. It doesn't need to be anything big. How Xavier's was this big thing. I would just have something that's just allows them to put it on and say, you won King of the Ring. It's a bit like how if you win the Royal Rumble, that's an achievement, isn't it? That is something that when you retire, it's well, they won the Intercontinental, they won the United States, they won the Royal Rumble in 2018. That is something that you mention. Now, I really feel like King of the Ring would be that exact same thing. It shouldn't be a way of making someone King Corbin or Queen Zelina, or King Xavier. It shouldn't really be... I wouldn't use it that way. I would use it whereby you can now say you are the best. You've just won the biggest tournament that WWE do. Everyone is involved. Your prize is a title opportunity. And you can say you're the best. You are this year's King of the Ring. Or Queen of the Ring. So I would go that way. I'd have everyone in it, and I'd do the semi-finals on a pay-per-view. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. Let me go down. I'm a little bit behind on the chat here. Rest with Andy said, do you think Montez could have a singles run? I could see him being a top guy. I could see Montez having a singles run. Yeah, I could see him having a singles run. He's very charismatic. I think he's probably fine in Street Profits at the moment, but yeah, I can see him going solo at some point. Darcy said, it feels like every tag team is rushed for an inevitable breakup. What's so wrong with just letting them go for singles titles whilst keeping their friendship? Well, I mean, there isn't really anything wrong with doing that. It's just, how do you do that? Because if a tag team decides it's not going to be a tag team anymore and someone wants to go off and do a singles run, it's probably more likely that team will have separated, you know, because someone thinks they're better than the other. Like, I want to try and be a solo star now. Well, the other person might not feel that way. The other person might feel offended by that, and so that would cause some friction. So how you break up a team, there's lots of different stories that you can tell, but there would be nothing wrong with you know, both guys getting to the realization that they would like to have a singles run and shaking hands and agreeing that, you know, that's the end of the team. I mean, that's fine. That's a way of telling a story. It's just not the dramatic way of ending a tag team, is it? And in pro wrestling, you are always looking for that drama, that kind of moment. And it's just an easy moment to always go for, isn't it? Like the breaking up of a tag team. We see it all the time. You know, certainly with the women. I mean, Liv and Rhea, you know, they split up most recently. But, you know, there's been quite a few women's tag teams that have come and gone. And same with the guys as well, of course. It's something that happens quite often. But if you look at New Day, the way they got Big E out of New Day was they used the draft and drafted him to a different brand. So they still stayed friends. So as I said, you know, there's lots of different ways that you can do it. There's lots of different ways you can do it. It feels like the way they will go with this will probably be to have someone turn on someone. That would feel like the most... That would feel like the most like logical way they will book it, but you could find a way of having them just agreeing to not team anymore and go their separate ways. Do you remember when Rhea and Nikki teamed together, and Rhea said to Nikki, "I want to go off on my own. This isn't working," and Nikki got upset? That's a prime example of what we're talking about. You know, Nikki managed to convince Rhea to stay as a team a little bit longer, and then they lost again, and she ended up turning on her. So, again, you know, there's an example of how Rhea tried to get the team to split in a nice, friendly way. Nikki was hurt by that, and she ended up attacking Rhea. So, there's nothing wrong with people agreeing to just be friends. It's certainly a story that you can tell. But it's just they usually go for the drama, don't they? Mason said, I don't know if it's just me, but I think I'm loving UFC a bit more than wrestling. Don't get me wrong, I still love wrestling, but UFC is great at the moment. Well, the good thing is you can enjoy both. I mean, that's what we do on the channel. I love both. I really enjoyed last night's show from WWE, and excited for this week's Raw. So, you know, nothing's stopping me from enjoying this, and then I've got UFC on a Saturday, so... It's a great thing that they're on at, like, different times. There is a little bit of a clash, though. I think Money in the Bank is on at the same time as a UFC pay-per-view, so there is a little crossover, but... Draping DDT by Randy. Randy's been given the hot tag. We are back from another commercial break. Randy with draping DDT. We got Riddle on the outside of the ring. Angelo Dawkins is in the ring. Montez Ford going to the outside. Randy going for that RKO. Nice right hand by Dawkins. Knee strike by Riddle. Montez is in. He gets dumped over to the outside. Riddle on the edge of the ring. Goes for a kick. And Orton grabs him. Oh, Riddle. Riddle collides into Randy. Riddle accidentally collided into Randy. This would be big. This would be big. Montez up top. Big frog splash. 1, 2. Randy makes the save. Oh, that was done so well. That was done so well. I was kind of giving this match a bit of a passing glance, but that's a big moment where Riddle springboards to the outside and accidentally hits Randy, and you're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. They're going to do it, they're going to do it. Oh, close, close. Montez Ford going up top. Riddle down in the middle of the ring, big frog splash. Oh, RKO! RKO by Riddle. 2, 3. RK Bro retain. It's a lovely RKO out of nowhere. Smile on the face of Randy. RK Bro retain. And the ending of that was beautiful. Really nice. Really nice. John says, answer me. I don't know what your question was, John. Claudio is going to be the Joker and go against Joe. WWE loses my interest sometimes, says Jeremy. Reese Wrestling said Big E versus Kofi versus Xavier at WrestleMania 39. Imagine the scenes. Dort Knight said Riddle will attempt an RKO on Randy at some point. Daisy said the cracks are beginning to show. Everyone's anticipating a turn. Well, there was a crack there, but, you know, look, they've still got the belts. I think whilst they've got those belts, they're all right. They both celebrate with the crowd. The more that Randy says stuff like, this is the best time I've had in my life. I've never had a happier time in my career. This guy is my best friend. The more he says that kind of stuff in promos, the more that I can't be the only one that goes, they're going to split. They're going to split. They're absolutely building them up, getting the good vibes. Oh my God, they're best friends. They love each other. Just means that when it happens, it's bigger. It's more shocking. Does feel like it's going to go that way, but not right now. Not right now. Can you check your Twitter? I've sent you a message, says Matt. What's this? Matt, share it here, Matt. What's going down? What's going down in Matt Town? It was a view from the seats. It's a good view, that is, Matt. Matt's view of Backlash. I don't know if it'll show on the green screen. That's the only problem. That's nice. That's good. Close to the ring. Hit. Oh my God, that's amazing! Oh, that's amazing! They've put a platform up. They've put a platform up in the entranceway, just like Mean Gene Okerlund used to do. Oh my God, that is so good. Oh, I love it. And look at the crowd in the background. That is way better than doing it backstage. Way better than backstage. Way better than in the ring. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. I love this. This is exactly where they should be doing their promos. This is where, Ultimate Warrior used to do a promo with Mean Gene, and then, Papa Shango would come out, or, it's where, Hogan would do a promo. It's just a platform. Do you remember you could get a Vince figure and it came with a platform? I'm going to take a picture. I'm loving this. I am loving this. This is brilliant. This is brilliant. I love, love, love the fact they've got this in the entranceway. Sort of got an image. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. That's made my night. I think having them backstage has been done to death. And here, you've got a platform. Someone can come out and attack. It makes me think Bret Hart, King of the Ring. when Jerry Lawler came out and attacked after he won King of the Ring. That dude gets no crowd reaction. Hang on, I just need to send a tweet out and let the world know, because the world's really interested in what I think. But I want to let them know that I love the fact that we're doing this again. And I'm going to use the word love. Love that we're back doing interviews this way. The platform in the entrance way has been needed for a long time now. Boring backstage promos were doing nothing for me. Oh, I love it, man. Old school. It's old school, innit? Best school. Best school is old school. This is classic old school. We just need a Mean Gene Okerlund look-alike. Right, here we go. Judgment Day. I love that. That is... Sometimes it's the simple things in life that get you excited. Right, here we go. Here's Judgment Day, and they look great as a triplet. Rhea and Damian behind Edge. Judgment Day. Judgment Day. Raw is old school. I know, Matt. If only we had someone that was as good as Mean Gene. Someone that had that kind of gravitas in their voice. A master of ceremonies. I don't think that Patrick guy, I don't know what his name is. I don't think he's quite there. I don't think he's it. I got nothing against him. He can do some backstage interviewing, but I feel like we need someone that, you know, Mean Gene was so special. He was so good at what he did. We need a modern Mean Gene Okerlund. That's what we need. There's got to be someone out there. Edge has cut his hair. What about Demon King versus Fiend at Hell in a Cell? Well, there's a glaring problem there, Chris. One of those two is not in the company. Harley said, do you think it would be cool for Orton to not turn on Riddle and for him to have that one friend that he never turns on? Well, listen, I was just saying with Darcy, I don't mind that because I think there's lots of different ways that you can separate teams. You know, if Riddle went up to Randy and he said, look, I want to be, you know how I like love and respect you. I want to be just like you. Well, one of the things you did was be, you know, multiple WWE champion. I want to do that. And so, you know, he could have a heart-to-heart and Randy could say, I respect that. I understand. Thank you for the good times. And off he goes. I've always got your back type thing. So, you know, you could go that way. It feels like it's probably more likely that someone will turn on someone, but I don't mind. I don't mind. You can go different ways and tell different stories. Judgment Day was the best they could come up with, says Michael. Let me tell you something, Mean Gene. Oh, it's so good. Oh. I hope this platform thing works. It's really good because when someone's talking on the platform and they're talking trash about someone, you actually get the crowd reaction when that other person walks out. So if you do it backstage, you don't get that reaction because the crowd can only see what's on the camera. But if you do it out there, the crowd can see things that are not on camera as well. So, you know, when you've got things happening, you're getting the crowd reaction, and you can see the crowd in the background. You know, it allows for, like, beat downs. There's been some really great funny moments as well where, you know, you can see the crowd laughing in the background. It's just so much better than just a boring backstage backdrop. It's just so much better than that. Like, backstage, like, all you get is what's on camera. There's the reaction of, you know, a lot of the times probably even piped in. But this, you know, it makes it feel old school as well. It's got that connection back to the old school, which I really, really love. So, yeah, I'm really down for it. I really like the fact that we've gone back to that platform. I really hope it works. I really hope it works. I really hope that it is the improvement that I'm hoping it's going to be, and that people really enjoy this more than just backstage promos. Because this is, if I was like in a privileged position to book a show, that is definitely something I would have looked at. I would have looked at putting that platform back and doing promos this way. Because I feel like when they do them backstage, it's fine, but it's just a little lifeless. It's a little bit lifeless. Whereas here, you've got, you know, thousands of people in the background that can live react. And as I said, you know, you can do beatdowns, people coming out, confrontations on the platform. You can have funny moments, and you can see the crowd enjoying it, or cut to the crowd enjoying it. You know, if you do something funny backstage, you're not really going to cut to the crowd to get their reaction. But you can do it in this environment because the crowd are right there. So if he says something, you can cut to the crowd then and have their reaction, like laughing away, like, oh, God, it is so fun. And it'll make the funny moments funnier. It'll make the dramatic moments more dramatic. I really like it. I really like it. I think I've swooned enough about it now, though. Let's see what Judgement say I've got to say. Edge has cut his hair short. He has. He's gone with a completely different style. He's gone with the old shaved sides and the hair slicked back. We were tired of being sheep like all of you, says Edge. It got me a Hall of Fame. Oof. I'm bigger than the Hall of Fame, says Edge. You can point to any area on my body, and I've had surgery on it. Keyboard warriors, that's you lot. Number one trend, WWE Raw. You hate it because it's true. Edge has Rhea Ripley's haircut now. Perhaps he'll start wearing her clothes as well. That could be fun. We look in any mirror and we love what we see. What about those weird circus mirrors? You know, the ones that are like curved. Nothing. Nothing or no one can touch us. Smile on the face of Rhea Ripley. You suck. He's getting some good heel heat here, Edge. Good heel heat. Damian Priest seems to have a bit more gruff in his voice. Together we're something else. Together we've become more. Imagine adding an instrument of brutality. Here is that instrument. All rise. A few people are getting up, look. For the newest member of Judgment Day, Rhea Ripley. The newest member of Judgment Day. Let's see what she's got to say. Joining Judgment Day was the easiest decision of my life. She's got scales, drawn on her cheek. She said she's done signing autographs at the airport. And then I see those same autographs being sold on eBay. So good news, they are real. If you are going to get on eBay, she's just said that they're legit. So spend away, because they are real autographs. She's got unfinished business. Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan. I'm going to absolutely destroy you. Old man, little pups. Edge doing great work at teaching these two how to do a promo. Nigel said, fire promo by Damian. They need a fourth, says Jeremy. You should personalize the autograph, said Lister Jericho. I'd love to see Judgment Day versus Finn, AJ, and Beth Phoenix. That would be great. That would be great, Liam. I'm down for that. Beth Phoenix saying to Edge, you've lost your mind. You're bringing the family name down. So I'm going to have to bring this new group of yours down. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Families torn apart. The kids not knowing whether to cheer for mommy or daddy. Edge said he saw this woman as wasted domination. It's good, man. Edge really putting her over. My movement is not done. We're not finished. We're looking for more. Here's Liv. Here's Liv. Ding, ding, ding. Liv Morgan, fan of video games and, what did it say, scary movies or something. What the hell's this? A Tinder profile. The little thing that came on the side was like Liv Morgan, and one of the interesting facts was she's a fan of video games and she loves scary movies. It's Liv Morgan. Jesus Christ, does she like going for walks as well? She likes going for walks, skipping. She likes going to the beach. Why the hell would you put that on the side? The girl has achieved some stuff, hasn't she? She has achieved some, like, she had a title match at the start of the year. I feel like that's more significant than saying she likes video games. It's not an application form. She's not applying for something. What's your hobbies? Well, I like playing video games and I like scary movies. Why would you ever need to know that as a wrestler? Why would you ever need to know that? That's weird. On the side, you would think it'd be like, you know, she's won this title, she's achieved this, her record is this, you know, she's got a victory over Rhea Ripley or something like that. Something that might actually add to the match, to the feud. She likes video games. I think that's really strange. Maybe it's been there all along, I've just never noticed. That's weird. Video games. Liv could be the next Trish, says Finbar. Did Trish like video games? We're going to need to get some answers on that. Otherwise, she cannot, illegally, she will not be allowed to be the new Trish. Right, we are at commercial break. 44 minutes into the show we are. Liv versus Rhea. She likes video games. Give her a title shot. That's it, dudes. That's it. Do you think there is people that watch that and go and read it and went, oh my god, I like video games. She's just like me. I like video games. Oh, I'm going to support her even harder now. I can't believe, just when I thought I couldn't love Liv Morgan anymore, I now find out that she likes video games just like me. I like scary movies. I don't know what it's meant to achieve. I don't know. Perhaps I'm analysing it too much. I just didn't expect it, guys. I didn't expect. It's like the platform all over again. I didn't expect the platform, and then we got the platform. It's been such a. I've been on a thrill ride. I feel like I've been on a roller coaster. I'm getting lots of things on this show that I wasn't expecting. It's great. I'm having a lovely time. My picture of a platform I didn't show you. That's what we kept banging on about. There you can see Theory with the crowd in the background. Oh, hello. I don't know why it just changed to that. But there we go. Loving it. So much better than that weird little mini ring they have backstage. That is strange, isn't it? That is weird. It's not even a full ring, is it? It's like little half a ring thing. Yeah, it is weird. I've never really thought about it. Here we go. Everyone's going to talk about this Money in the Bank thing again. Are they going to have dubbed over it, do you think? I hope they have. I hope when he says it, instead, this time we get Vince's voice. The prize is you can cash in anywhere, anytime. That's not what he said last night. Money in the Bank. Money, money, money. Money, 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 money. Money. Money, 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 money. Money. To main event WrestleMania. He's still saying it. Come on, America. What about me? What about me? I'm not America. No, thank you. Do you want to get lucky? Oh, don't wink at me, you perv. Right, here we go. What would be better is if Liv turns heel and then changes it to she hates video games. Oh, imagine. That would be good, actually. Hates video games and scary movies. She hates them both. You're absolutely right. And if she also refuses to do promos on the platform I love. Oh, God, that would sting. Do you remember when Matt Hardy did his V1 gimmick? They showed his interest on the graphics when he came out. That is true. Yeah, that is true. But that was part of his gimmick. And he was the only one that was like getting that, wasn't he, with the V1 stuff? This just feels like they didn't know what to put there. That's how it feels to me. It's like they had a square and they're like, oh God, what do we put there? Surely she's been a tag champ, hasn't she? Didn't Riot Squad win the women's tag titles or anything? Has she never won a belt? Surely she's beaten Rhea Ripley as well. Couldn't they have put, like, as I said, when she, like, last beat Rhea Ripley last week or 2 weeks ago or something? Anyway. Sounds like she's introducing herself on The Chase. Hi, my name is Liv Morgan. I'm a WWE superstar, and I like video games and scary movies. Woo! Yeah. It is very much like the little quick thing you would say at the start of, like, if you was on Wheel of Fortune or Jeopardy and you wave to the audience. Or The Price is Right. Come on down! Tell us a bit about yourself. Right, we are underway with this. Has there ever been a 6-person mixed tag match? Or probably. I can't imagine there hasn't been. I don't know if Sanity ever did anything with Nikki Cross. Nikki Cross was obviously in Sanity. To be honest, there's never not been many factions that have had women in. But I would think there must have been. I might have to refer to Google for it, though. Mixed 6-person tag WWE. 6-person mixed tag. What is this? We got one here from last year, April 30th, 2021. Bianca and the Street Profits against Bayley and Dirty Dogs. I do not remember this. It was on SmackDown, apparently. So, yeah, there we go. Just from last year. Bianca and Street Profits versus Bayley and the Dirty Dogs. Dream match. Dream match. Right, we've got Judgment Day at ringside. My guess is that we'll probably be seeing Finn and AJ, I would imagine, at some point. Should have been hates Elias, but loves Ezekiel. That would have been good. That would have been good. That would have been funny. Yes, that would have been good, Andrew. I made a mistake, says Jeremy. Sean Rossap wasn't sure if there's an error. He wasn't able to say 100% that happened. I ran with it. No worries, Jeremy. It did seem a bit strange that a pre-recorded thing had a mistake in it. I don't know. I'm still open to the idea that it's a new prize, I must admit. Duck underneath by Liv. Forearm strike by Liv. And again. Duck underneath. Right hands by Liv. Kick to the midsection. Enziguri kick. Liv DDT. Rhea Ripley struggling a little bit here. Liv. Double knees. Rhea Ripley goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Rhea Ripley. Matt said, my brother surprised me with the tickets to WrestleMania Backlash on Saturday night when my friend couldn't take me. It's very cool. Very, very cool. And it looks like you had a good view as well, dude. Tony said, where did the NXT streams go? We just needed more time to do other videos. And there should be other videos coming onto the channel. I mean, there has been already more videos than what we've usually done that have gone onto the channel, but it just wasn't able to maintain the schedule as Cloverleaf. That's lovely. I do love Rhea Ripley's Cloverleaf. Liv trying to get over to the ropes, but she taps. Liv taps. And it's a win for Rhea Ripley. Clean win. Dominant win. They've buried her! They've buried her! How can she do that to a woman that loves video games and scary movies? Here's Judgment Day getting in the ring. Liv crawling over to the ropes. Edge says, finish her! A nod from Edge. The cloverleaf's being reapplied. Edge is laughing. This is straight up bullying now, and I'm all for it. Bullies don't tap. Bullies don't tap. Yeah, look. Liv's tapping. Because she's not a bully. She throws her down. No one came to save her. Oh, here they come. Well, you're too late. You're too goddamn late. God, they're not in a rush, are they? They're not in a rush. Balor wants to say hello to the crowd first. Yeah, Balor. They were just bullying Liv Morgan. No, we'll do this first, shall we? Do full entrance first before we get down to the ring. Here's AJ. WWE makes big deal about that. Their typical audience is young compared to AEW. Video games are a big deal. Liv is dying in the ring and finished straight up dancing. Hey guys, I'm here to save Liv. I mean, granted, they have already stopped. So it's not a case that she's currently being beaten up, but... next match is Finn Balor, Damian Priest. Right, Finn Balor against Damian Priest up next. It's a fun show, man. I'm having fun with this show. That's what it's all about, innit? Having a bit of fun. Finn versus Damian. It reminded me of when Darby was getting jumped on and Jeff still came out dancing. Justin said, this is great. Oddities had Luna Vachon. Very true. Very, very true. Liv's being destroyed and Balor doesn't care. Do you know what? Right, it's true. They don't care because she was getting, beaten up afterwards. And then they finally let her go and chucked her down. And they all went back to standing in the ring. Then Balor's music hit. So I must admit, I was like, well, all right, at least they've brought Balor out. At least they've brought Balor out to, make the save. But he didn't rush. And then he started posing. And then it turns out he's got a scheduled match anyway. So he hasn't come out for Liv Morgan. He's come out because it's time for his match with Damian Priest. No one cares about Liv Morgan. No one backstage cares. Poor Liv. Poor Liv. She's on her own. It's like when Jeff entered as Matt was being attacked. Both of them taking their time to do the entrance. What if I was one of those that swam with dolphin tanks on Jerry's kid telethons? I don't know what's happening and I don't know what this means. Knowing dolphins have got the closest human-female anatomy. Imagine the scenes if I leave the pool with a boner. Well, I mean, listen, all I'm going to say, William, is you're deeply perverted. Your comments constantly bring me stress and distress. And I don't know that I've ever read one and not regretted it afterwards. But you are much loved as well, so I hope you're enjoying Raw, dude. I hope you're enjoying Raw. Winner of the Rumble will go to WrestleMania for the Universal title, is what I heard. Yeah, well, who did you hear it from, Edward? The postman? The milkman? Who did you hear it from? The guy down the road that works in the shoe shop? Darcy said, Days, has there ever been a mixed tag match in Hell in a Cell? Would that work in this scenario? Man, it's always hard because I don't want to sit here and say no, but I do not remember a mixed tag. I do remember tag matches in Hell in a Cell. I can't remember a mixed tag in Hell in a Cell. As I said, it's very unusual to have mixed tag teams. And Hell in a Cell, women have only been going in Hell in a Cell for not that long. Wasn't it like Sasha and Charlotte a few years back that had the first women to be in Hell in a Cell match? So, you know, women have only been even going into Hell in a Cell for like, I don't know, 4 years, 3 years, something like that. So there's not actually loads to choose from. So I've got to say no. I'm going to go with no. But I'll undoubtedly be proven wrong. But I'll lean towards no. Could they do it? They could do it. There's nothing stopping them doing it. It'd be fun. I'd be down for it. The only problem you've got is Hell in a Cell. Everyone's fighting at the same time. It's going to be really hard for like Rhea and Liv to just constantly fight with each other whilst the lads deal with them, and there not be like a crossover. And you're starting to stray maybe into intergender. I don't know. It's not like with a mixed tag match. With a mixed tag match, when the women are in, like when a woman's tags in, the other woman has to come in. She automatically becomes the legal person. That's not going to be the case inside Hell in a Cell because everyone's fighting at the same time. So I'd be down for seeing it though. I'd be down for seeing it. Could you imagine DX versus Judgment Day? Dream match, says Megan. Dream match. No one cares about Liv. I think that's why she's always upset and crying. Probs. Kicks coming in by Damian Priest and Balor down in the corner. I wonder what is next for Omos. What do you think he is going to do next? I don't know, to be honest. I'm quite... That's one thing I'm interested in. I don't know if the feud with Bobby is finished. Probably not. I can't imagine this feud ends with Bobby losing it. So I'm going to lean towards it being that it's just going to continue for a bit longer. Darcy said, I personally love it when they do intergender. It's always shocking. They should do it more. It is one that splits opinion, to be honest. So it's something that I think Vince isn't too keen on. If he was keen on it, we would see it more. I think it's one that Vince isn't a big fan of. I like the fact they're making other pay-per-view stadium shows outside of the Big Four, says Channel Name. Matt said, how many wrestlers do you think will join Edge's faction? All of them. I think by the end, every wrestler will have joined. From WWE, New Japan, AEW, MLW, NXT, NWA, BBC, ABC, NBC, HBO. I think they all... Laggedy lag. Okay, we're back. There was a little lag there. I'm not going to lie. You know me. I like to tell the truth. There was some lag. There was. I have to admit, there was. We are still underway with Finn and Damian. Finn is in control. Against the ropes goes Finn. Basement drop kick by Finn Balor. Takedown by Finn. Throws in some big strikes. Again, looking for a takedown. Stomp by Finn. Big chop coming in by Finn Balor. Wasn't the last proper mixed three-person tag Andrade Garza Zelina? Well, I mean, we found... I don't know the last one. I mean, the one that I found was from a year ago. Whatever the last one was, I have no idea. That would be another, though, because Angel, Andrade, Zelina, I do remember them facing Bianca and the Street Profits. But that was, I think, after WrestleMania 36, because I seem to remember it being in an empty performance center. Edge jumping in the ring, spearing Finn. AJ's come in. This thing has turned into a mass brawl. The boys are all going at it. Don't know where Liv Morgan's gone. Rhea's jumping in. Here's Rhea. AJ went to punch Rhea. Smile on her face. Yeah, that's AJ wouldn't punch Rhea. My God, look at his hair. Look at Edge's hair. Edge's hair is slicked back, but it just went up. He looked a bit like Don King. Spear. And a leg sweep. So, AJ down. Balor down. Judgment Day standing tall. I'd like to see them wearing Judgment Day shirts, to be honest. I don't mind Edge because he's the leader. I don't mind him being in a suit. But I'd like to see some Judgment Day shirts. We need some merch going here. I don't mind. They're all wearing black, though. They've all got that kind of kinky vibe. So, it's not bad. It's not like one's in bright red, another one's in black, another one... Do you know what I mean? They're pretty uniformed as it is. So, they don't look bad. But I'm just thinking merchandise, guys. I'm thinking merchandise opportunities. Put Rhea and Damian in Judgment Day shirts. Have Edge in a nice suit. Rhea can have her shirt, like, cut. Because I understand you might want to have the puppies on display. To quote Jerry the King Lawler. You could just cut down a little bit, you know. You can make, guys, you can make anything sexy. Look at me in this channel. Judgment Day for life. Oh, we've got more lag. We're back again. It doesn't like it, does it? It doesn't like it at all. There is like some laggedy lag. Hang on, let me change. I'm going to change routers here. I'm telling you that. Right, I changed it again. Hopefully this is going to be more secure. Allison said, is there AEW tonight? No. AEW is on a Wednesday and Friday. There might be some dark or something on YouTube. I don't know. Here's Omos. Omos making his way down. We had bad lag, but I think I fixed it because I'm a genius. Do you see Liv getting released? She's just being buried. Nah, I think she'll be part of this Finn AJ thing. Have you turned it on and off again? I've got 3 different routers that I can connect to. 2 of them use 4G, and one of them is the house Wi-Fi. The house Wi-Fi is not very good, but it is the most stable. So we're on that now. So this should be more stable. The other ones use 4G, so if it's like cloud coverage or the weather's not great, it can get a bit, like, you know, it can upset it, basically. My Wi-Fi gets upset. So, yeah, I've switched. We should be all right now. What do you think of Raw so far? I think it's good. I like it. I like it. Wow. Look at me. My name's Days, and I've got 3 routers. Yes. But none of them are working. I mean, like, there's things to brag about, but routers that are playing up, I don't think is one of them, is it? So, yeah, it's not my finest moment. Days is the lag king. Lag king. Lag king. Lag king. Give me a ring. What happened against Brighton? Oh, season's over, mate. I didn't even watch the game. I caught the second half, but it's done, innit? We're not even playing for anything now. I mean, you could say we're playing for Europa, but Jesus, I don't know that these players can't get like enthused during the season when they're battling for top 4. If you turn around and go, guys, come on, we're fighting for the Europa League here. You got to remember that manager ain't there next year. Load of them players ain't there next year. Everyone knows that there's going to be a mass clear out and a big change. So, you know, it's a completely broken club right now. Wouldn't surprise me if they lost their last 2 games. They've got, I think, 2 more games, is it? I just want it to be over. I just want the season to end. It's been awful. 3 routers. Big lag. Big lag. I think we've done it, though. Touch wood. Are you looking forward to streaming Conference League? Says VR Games Man. I'm looking forward to streaming the Revival. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to streaming the Ten Hag Revival as we march our way towards the title over the next couple of years. It's happening, guys. It's happening. I'm a Forest fan. It's going to go to a second leg versus Sheffield United. I also wanted to go to the WWE event that day. Oh, one day. Well, good luck. I'd love to see Nottingham Forest get back to the Premier League. Is Alexa Bliss returning tonight? Don't know. Haven't seen anything confirmed on that. Can't believe what happened to Crawley. What happened to Crawley? I have not seen that news. Will you do the watch along for Rangers Liverpool Super Cup? Well, I would say that we've got a couple of hurdles we need to get past first, Phil. I would say there's a couple of games we need to get out the way before we start thinking of a Liverpool Rangers Super Cup, but loving the confidence. Days, 3 routers, rich man. I bet you've even got a Nintendo Switch in a drawer. Wow, funny you should say that, actually. That is the comment of a man that's watched way too many streams that we've done. To have that level of knowledge of what's going on here is it's concerning, Moldy. It's concerning. Great Dusty Rhodes shirt that Kevin Owens is wearing. Love that. Love that Dusty Rhodes shirt. Shoosh. Okay, so Alpha Academy said they will have proof by next week that Ezekiel has been lying. Ken Owens? Ken Owens? So we've got Ken Owens. His older brother? Kevin Owens has got an older brother called Ken? Wow. Kevin Owens has got an older brother called Ken that's going to be taking on Ezekiel tonight. Can't wait to see Ken Owens. Kenny Owens? Right, we've got MVP's VIP lounge. Ken Owens? Can't wait to see what he looks like. It's definitely not going to be Kevin. Shoosh. Shoosh. Ken versus Ezekiel. We are watching the very best wrestlers in the world here. It's weird, isn't it? We're watching the brothers of good wrestlers. Kevin Lena is in WWE. Edward says, I don't know where I am. I've not had sleep since Liverpool Spurs. Anything I tweet, don't listen to it. Okay, here's Omos. This man proved to you that everything I've been saying since day one is the gospel truth. MVP made Bobby Lashley the Almighty. So MVP's talking about how Bobby Lashley went to WrestleMania without him. Elias is Ken Owens. Cedric Alexander's coming out. Cedric Alexander, it's a bit weird. Wasn't expecting him. Cedric Alexander said, I gotta tell you how proud I am of what you've achieved. Security's not going to allow Cedric Alexander in. Okay, he's been let in. Okay, Cedric Alexander getting into the ring. So he still wants to join with MVP, Cedric. What is this we? What is this we? I think you should be part of Judgment Day. You're very evil and mischievous. Thank you. I think I'd fit him very well. I could be like the secretary. I could be the tea lady. I'll be the tea lady at Judgment Day. Here's Bibby. Here is Bibby. Bum ba ba dum. Bum bum. Bobby making his way down. The security are getting chucked around. God, he really picked that one guy up. That one security guy came over. He had him up here like a child. That one's gone up over the top. Cedric Alexander's getting ready to attack. He jumps into Bobby, who gets caught and hurled into the barricade. Bobby in the ring. Face to face with Omos. Look at the size difference, man. It's wild. Omos charges at Bobby. Bobby clotheslines Omos over the top rope. Cedric's jumped in. Bobby was trying to get at MVP. I think the beard makes you look evil. Oh, it's nothing to do with the beard. It's just I'm a really awful person. Off the top, Cedric. Hurt lock applied. Hurt lock applied by Bibby. On Cedric. He's tapping. Dun 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 dun. Adam, shout out to you, dude. Appreciate the kind words. Tiny security guards. That segment was, it was what it was. Backstage with Sonya and Adam Pearce. Sonya said, I do everything by the book. Who am I facing tonight? We need to have a conversation. Who am I facing? It's just business. She's going to the ring. She said she doesn't care who she's facing. Who is she facing? 10 p.m. Eastern. They're actually saying what time the match is. That's different, isn't it? There's changes here. We do know that at 10 p.m. Eastern, we are getting Cody Rhodes versus Theory. It's weird, isn't it, that they've given us that time? So we know when the match is. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. There are some differences on this show. The platforms come back. So that where they do interviews is a little different. Now they've just given out that time. That's a bit strange. Here's Sonya. Happy to see Sonya competing again. Underrated. Sonya versus Becky. Alexa, says Billy. Alexa, says Hiko. Could be Alexa. Could be Asuka. Could be Becky. Is she going to hunt for Dalmatians? It'll be 3 a.m. UK time, yeah. 3 a.m. UK time, 10 p.m. Eastern. Well, I like that. I like that. Letting you know if you want to watch this match, this is when it's going to be happening. I've got some super secret insider information about next week's Raw. It turns out next week, Liv will enjoy drinking water and jumping rope. Listen, I cannot be the only one that is genuinely looking forward to seeing what they're going to put on her little thing when she does come out next week. Are they going to stick with that she enjoys video games and scary movies? Are we going to change to something different? I don't know. But it is, I would say, the biggest reason as to why I'm tuning in for next week's Raw is to find out what they do with that. Very exciting. I don't think it's Alexa. It's probably going to be someone dumb. Who's dumb? Stephanie McMahon. Burn. Burn. Someone call up Steph and tell her she just got burnt. Stop spoiling Alexa's return. Liv, Morgan, Finn didn't help me. Yeah, what on her thing? Where the hell was Finn? Yeah, that's what it should say. It should say, you're right. I want it to be Bayley so I can get the points in my fantasy wrestling game. Rob said Bayley would be great, but she's a heel unless that's changed. Smurfy Toon said, Days, it's going to say Liv doesn't like to be attacked and saved within a 24-hour span. That'd be good. I'll be down for anything along those lines. On the Liv thing, they mentioned for ages that Rhea Ripley was just 24 years old. Oh, man, I should have been paying these things way more attention than I have been. I have not been giving them anywhere near enough attention. Wrestlemania said the Liv thing is like the Matt Hardy V1 graphics. Yes. Yes. I mean, they got massively over, didn't they? So, it's over with me. I'm loving it. I'm genuinely interested to know what they put there next week. I'm also interested to know who is Sonya facing. Is it going to be a return in Alexa? I hope so. Sonya, hold on. Oh my god, it's Adam Pearce. It's Adam Pearce. Oh. You've abused your power. Therefore, your contract as an official. Your contract as a WWE official is terminated. But you are a WWE superstar. Oh, she's not an official anymore. Alexa Bliss has returned. Alexa's back. She's got Lily with her. Her music's changed, though. So Alexa's here. I'm trying to judge what Alexa it is. She's got Lily. She seems to be more back to being a goddess, to be honest. I'm going to keep an eye on this match. I really want to know, like, she's got a smile on her face. She's not wearing what she was wearing before. It feels like she's a bit more goddess, to be honest. It feels like she's more goddess. Just with Lily. She's very smiley. Dun dun. Interesting. Long hair. Interesting. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I mean, before, she's got her hair down. When she was doing that stuff before, she had it in, like, buns. Dun. No dungarees. Alexa Bliss. Alexa's looking great. To Twisted Bliss, and she's won. Damn it! I wanted more info. I wanted to know what she was going to be like. Oh, damn it! Listen, we've got all this kind of stuff, and we've got to go in over to the ropes, and don't you dare get my hopes up. Twisted Bliss, though. When was the last time we saw Twisted Bliss? It is still Lily, and it is still Alexa Bliss written in, like, you know, the same font as before. But, I think there's enough difference there to give me hope. I've got hope in my heart. I've got goddamn hope. I really want to like Alexa. Yeah, the way she's acting, man, feels different to me. Feels different to me. It's a mix of old Alexa and Lily Alexa. Reese says, old Alexa, finally. Finally! Oh, please, Alexa. I really want to like you. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I mean, that match took no time whatsoever, and but she did get the victory. Right, mate. Dun-dun-dun. Of course, people are going to be like, oh, Dave's going to do a quick little video on that. Of course I am. Come on, guys. Alexa Bliss has come back. I'm super excited that she's not a cringeosaurus. Here is Alexa. I mean, she's still carrying Lily, but, I mean, you know, she seems happy. And Lily didn't wink at me or anything, so that's always good news, isn't it? And quick little picture here of what she was wearing. Bum. Look at her, man. She looks happy. Big news coming out of WWE Raw. Alexa Bliss returning to take on Sonya Deville. Really big news, actually, because it doesn't seem quite like the Alexa we had before. The music wasn't as dark. It was back to her old theme. We did have the Alexa Bliss written in that same font that when she was doing, like, the playground stuff. And obviously you can see she's still carrying Lily, so there is definite connections to where she's been, but I would imagine they just wanted to bring her back, and you know, we will look to evolve this character, because it does feel like she's evolved. Look at the hair is long. Look at the ring gear, it is different. When she was doing, like, the playground stuff, she had her hair kind of tied up. She was also wearing, like, the dungarees, and the music was darker. This kind of feels like Lily now has become really just a mascot and not really much more than that for her. Big smile on her face as well all throughout this. The match was very short. Alexa did win, and you can see better what she was wearing here. But look at the smile on her face and the hair, different ring gear. There's still that connection to where she's been, but it does not come across as strong that this is the exact same Alexa that was sat on a swing during Elimination Chamber. I really feel like we are seeing some evolution here. We are seeing this character evolve. We are seeing some change. This week served its purpose with just bringing her back, and maybe next week we'll get some more answer as to what the future's going to hold. But it's great to have Alexa back, but it's great that she's now obviously changing and maybe going back to being the goddess, which is more in line with what I wanted to see for this character and what I wanted to see for Alexa. But yeah, I'm intrigued, man. I'm on board with Alexa Bliss, this version of Alexa Bliss at the moment. So let's see where it leads. But right now, Alexa Bliss is back on Raw. And seemingly, she's got a big smile on her face as well, which is good to see. So, yeah, good. A few changes there and positive ones. Loving it. That's what she wore when she first came out. That's her entrance gear. And again, you know, as we said, she hasn't parted ways with Lily. She's still got Lily. So we haven't, like, abandoned the whole Lily thing. You know, that's going to divide opinion. There'll be some people that think that she should move away from Lily. There will be some people that think that, you know, if we're going to completely change, let's change. And I do understand that. But I do think the Lily doll sells really well. The Lily doll does really well at, like, WWE Shop. So I think they want to keep that as part of her character going forward. But as I said, the days of it winking and, you know, doing whatever it was doing with Shayna Baszler, turning lights off or whatever, I can't remember. I think hopefully those days are behind us. Alexa Bliss returns on WWE Raw with slightly changed look. I don't think that's unfair. I feel like it was slightly changed. Loves it. There'll be some people that loved the Alexa spooky stuff that would like for it to stay as that. But for me personally, no one will be surprised to know that I'm pleased that we're heading in a different direction here. Let's see. We'll find out what the future holds for her. Right, we should be back very, very soon. Soon. Oh, halftime scores as well. Get your halftime scores in. I didn't even notice. Just checking up this quick little video. So get your commercial break. Commercial break. We love them. Could you imagine not having them? Commercial break. I need them. Yay! Ken Owens! Ken Owens is making his way down to the ring. Ken Owens. Ken Owens with grey hair. He looks just like Kevin Owens. Wow. He's got the same logo. There's so much that's similar there. It's brilliant. He's got slightly grey beard, Ken. Slightly grey beards. People are laughing at Ken. That's not nice. That's not nice. Ken Owens is here. Ken? It's great. People are booing Ken? What? Don't do that. These people don't actually believe that you are Ezekiel. The people out back that are calling you Ezekiel are just playing along. This has been fun, hasn't it? He should have brought out Kevin Steen instead. By a show of hands, who believes that that is Ezekiel? Okay, he's going off here. Ken, he's calling him Ken. Ken. Stone Cold versus Ken Owens. Yeah, he should fight for the honor of his brother who lost. Oh, he's took off the wig. I am not Elias. Right now would be the perfect time for my older brother to come out here. Kevin Owens, so it is Kevin Owens. He's revealed himself to be Kevin Owens. Alpha Academy have come down. So Alpha Academy have made their way down and they're throwing in some kicks. Whoa, that's Kevin. It is Kevin. Kevin. It is Kevin. Can't believe it. Nice kick to the midsection. Thank you! Let's go. It would be awesome if Elias actually did come out. Do you know what? If this was the Thunderdome, you'd be able to do it. Because you'd be able to use camera trickery. But you can't really do it with the audience out there. But if this was the Thunderdome era, I'm sure they would have done something to have made it seem that way. I suppose they could still do something backstage. Right, we're just seeing big time Bex. Why are they picking on Elias's younger brother? Wouldn't it be amazing if Elias came out now for the save? That's Kevin. What happened to his brother Ken? That section was alright. Ken was pretty fun. I tell you what, I'm down for this. I love Asuka. Everyone knows my love for Asuka. Love this woman. Oh, we're backstage with Asuka and Adam Pearce. Thank you so much. Here is Becky. You're just handing her a title opportunity. Becky not happy that Asuka's been given a title opportunity. Her team beat your team last week. Last time she was a champion, I was the one that gave her the belt. That was 2 years ago. I didn't need you. You... You don't act like mummy, you act like baby! Man, you're watching it and you're like, oh, I hope she can get these words out because she like, she doesn't quite pronounce everything perfect, and you're just like, oh, come on, Asuka. And then when she actually says it, and you're like, oh my god, that's really funny. You don't act like mommy, you act like baby. I love that woman. I love that woman. She's so good. So entertaining. And she's so big with her performances as well. When she's doing a promo, it's not like, you don't act like mom, you act like the baby. She doesn't just say it. She's like, everything's so big with Asuka. Everything's so... It's brilliant. It's brilliant. She's like a light on this show. She's like a beacon. So good. Asuka rules. Asuka's so funny. I love and have missed Asuka. That was quite a bit of English for her to do as well. I don't know if I've heard her like speak quite as much as that. It's good. Very good. I have a feeling Asuka might turn heel on Bianca in their match, says channel name. I understood Asuka better than Becky, says Top Tier. Best promo ever, says Zoom Station. Wow, I tell you what, we've gone through quite a spell there, haven't we? We've had a little bit of drama. We've had a little bit of lag. We've had full-blown loads of issues kicking off. Loads of issues kicking off, but Moldy Spoon with the kissing bums. We've had Ken. We were introduced to Ken. We've had a crazy Asuka moment. We got the return of Alexa. That's a big talking point as well, as we said, about Alexa and the slight change to her character. The music certainly felt more old Alexa. The big smile on her face, as we said, felt more old Alexa. The hair felt more old Alexa. Kind of change in her ring gear as well felt more old Alexa. Definite changes. Definite. I feel this show has been really good in the sense of I feel like they've given me a lot of talking points. You know, even things like Sonya is now no longer authority. I really feel like that's a big thing as well. Sonya is no longer an authority figure, and like that's a big development for her. She's been an authority figure for quite a while. So, yeah, good. Well done, everyone. It's been fun. And we know that we're only about 15 minutes away from Cody and Theory. I have no idea what the main event is. WWE should bring back Damian Sandow to portray Elias. That would be great. That would be great. Your entrance fact card would say loves live streaming and really loves Asuka. That's true, actually. That's exactly what it would say. Actually, I think my entrance card would say, we don't know who this guy is either. That's what my entrance card would say. As I come out to complete silence, the entrance card would say, we have no idea who this is either. Not a clue. Here we go, then. Rhea is next. I don't know who Rhea is facing. Rhea. There's Bianca Belair. Top 10 Instagram photos of the week. There's Titus O'Neil. Ricochet. Carmella. Gigi Dolan. Roman Reigns at the O2. The Tribal Chief. Sonya Deville in a garden. Elektra Lopez in a bathroom. Finn Balor and AJ Too Sweet in. Carmella. Oh, is that... No, that was Sasha. That looked like Carmella. Sasha and Naomi at in Paris. Oh, they're going to talk to the jobber again. They're going to talk to the jobber? Yes. Jobber. Interview the jobber. It's Wardlow. It's Wardlow. It's Roman Ryback. He's got to do this for his family. He's got a bit of Daniel Bryan about him as well in the face. Definitely getting a Daniel. It's like if Wardlow, Ryback, and Daniel Bryan had a love child. It would be this jobber. Oh, he gets slammed down. I love how they're interviewing him and he's saying he's got to do it for his family. Looks like his family's going to go without here. Back elbow by Ward High. It's not Wardlow. It's Ward High. It's Wish's version of Wardlow. Daniel Bryan has gained some weight. Rhea knocks him down. I don't think this is going to take long. Why are the jobbers always better at selling than half the actual roster? Boom. Side slam by Rhea. Corey Graves said he's going to be spending his children's tuition on medical bills. In the corner, Rhea charges over. Boom, down he goes. Ponton, hello. Do you have something special for halftime scores? We've done halftime scores. It's been and gone, dude. It's nice tap there. It was all kicking off at the same time. Via Mahan getting the win. I did tweet out your clip, though. If you haven't seen, Ponton did a fun clip that's on YouTube for the halftime stuff. It was very good. Very, very good. I liked it. Maka said, when would you have Bayley return when she's ready? She sent a tweet out the other day saying about how she was injured and you lot don't understand how rehab and recovery works, and she was kind of laying into the fans because I think the fans were hoping she was going to show up last night. So she sent a message out saying like, I can't believe how stupid you lot are and how you don't know about recovery and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't know when she's going to be ready, to be honest. Okay, Cody. We got an interview with Cody. Here's Cody. Big smile on his face. He did a good interview with Stone Cold, if you've seen it on the Broken Skull sessions. What next? Cody chants by the crowds. Seth Rollins is top 5 in the world. As far as I'm concerned. So, Cody said the chapter of me and Seth is closed. Okay, he says, nothing sounds better to me than the American Nightmare being the new United States champion. Here we go then, Cody making his way out. This is a little bit earlier than they said, isn't it? Didn't they say like at, they said at 10, didn't they? What about all those people that have gone away and are going to come back at 10? Mama, no. Mama, no. Do you think Cody will win or will Seth interfere? I think Seth will interfere. They stopped using the platform. Well, to be honest, they don't need to use it for every little interview. This is just a little chat before he goes to have his match, so I don't mind it. I just think as long as you do a couple of key interviews on the platform. I think as long as you do a couple of key interviews, I'm fine with that. But the little, can I just grab you before you go out and have your match? I don't mind that being in Gorilla. That's all right. That's all right. I'll be upset if, like, next week we don't have an interview on the platform. Then I'll be sad. There we go. He kisses the belt, gives it to someone in the front row. Someone with a Cody American Nightmare sign. I tell you, if you can get tickets for that area there, and you take in the front row, and you take a Cody sign, there's got to be a really good chance you're getting that belt, that weight belt that he has. Cody should do the platform, but only at pay-per-views. What is the main event? I don't know. I don't know. The American Nightmare. Cody Rhodes. I push it all away, I push it all away. I don't know the words. Here's Cody and Theory. United States Championship match coming up. Pyro was cool, says Justin. Darcy said, do you agree with Cody when he said he's one of the best in the world in regards to being the full package? What, Cody's one of the best in the world? It's hard, isn't it? Because, I mean, the person to ask would be James Chadwick. He watches everyone in the world. I'm not watching New Japan on a regular basis, so I couldn't tell you if there's, like, how many people there are killing it. I keep being told about Jonathan Grisham, and how good he is, so I don't know. One of the best in the world is, you know, you could go with that, couldn't you? The best in the world is something very different. Yeah, you could say one of the best in the world. Because if you're in the top 50, you're one of the best. If you're in the top 50 best professional wrestlers in the whole world right now, you're one of the best in the world. And I'd say Cody's in the top 50. I'd say Seth's in the top 50, but are they in the top 10? I ain't got a clue. But yeah, I'd agree with it. You missed the super chat. No, it was your super chat. I answered you. I said I liked your clip. I liked your video. I retweeted it. But halftime has been and gone, buds. LD Cool says, American Nightmare. Cody Rhodes, let's go. Let's go. James said, best professional wrestler in the world is Shane McMahon. That's facts. We know this. Dragon Den said, how come we went along with CM Punk being the best in the world? Well, he calls himself best in the world. He can call himself best in the world. He can believe. I should imagine every pro wrestler should believe they're the best in the world. But it's, do we agree that they are the best in the world? There are better surprises after WrestleMania. Naito is the best in the world right now, says PJ. Who would you say is in the top 10? This is what I'm saying. It's really hard because, you know, people mention Ospreay. I know Danielson mentioned Zack Sabre Jr., and he won the awards the other year. He's won it the past few years, actually, for most technical wrestler. It's been won by Zack Sabre Jr. You always hear about Ospreay. I mean, we're still living in a world that's got Okada. So you got to think he's in the mix as well. As I said, I've heard, you know, people saying really positive stuff about Jonathan Grisham. You got Danielson, of course, who's ripping it up. Then, yeah, you know, Cody would be in there. Seth would be in there. But how it all, like, filters out, who's number one, who's number two, all that kind of stuff, I think it's really hard. I think it's really difficult. I mean, I would say that Cody is... I mean, my favourite match this year is Cody-Seth at WrestleMania. And then, honestly, Cody-Seth might be my second favourite match from Backlash. I mean, I love that match. So, I feel like there is a definite argument that they're, you know, right up there. They're right up there for me. But without watching, you know, who knows what's happening in NWA? I couldn't even tell you. NWA, MLW. Ring of Honor's about to burst back into life. You got things like Beyond Wrestling. You've got Progress. You've got New Japan. I mean, there's lots. AAA, CMLL. Loads of wrestling. So it's hard to say for certain. Are you going to stream the Mayweather fights? It's at the 7-star hotel. It's 7. It doesn't clash with the UFC. I do want to do it, yes. I do want to do it. I haven't looked at Saturday. It's on my to-do list. I will do it probably after this. So, yeah, I did want to do it. Look at IGN's tweet about WWE. What does it say, Edwards? What does it say? IGN's tweet. What does it say? Sounds good. My favorite AEW match is the no contest between Cody and Dustin. That was very good. WWE has signed a deal to make a role-playing game. Yes. That was announced on the financial call. Let's be honest, we all know Vince might make Theory win. Right, here we go. A-Town. A-Town. Here comes Theory. All of his self is being shown as he's making his way down to the ring. Theory. United States champion. Defending his championship. Cody shouldn't be fighting for the US title. He should be fighting Roman, said Gamer Beast. Adam said, do you think Finn will betray AJ and join Judgment Day, or will they accept him? I think you could do a little feud that's AJ and Finn and Liv and whatever, and then maybe they lose, and maybe Finn ends up turning on AJ ultimately. So you could do both. You could have him trying to take down Judgment Day, but not succeeding. And then turning on AJ and joining Judgment Day. I think that'd be really fun. Do you think Cody winning the belt is the right way to build him up? It's a way of building him up. I mean, you could have him win it. Cody being United States champion's no bad thing. But I don't think they'll take the belt off Theory already. I'd be very, very surprised if they were to do that. Theory! My favorite MLW wrestler right now is Myron Reed. You've made that up, haven't you, James? You've made that up. You're trying to be popular. You're trying to impress everyone with your knowledge of current wrestlers, and you've just made up a name. It's disappointing. You're better than that. You're better than that. Here's Cody Chance. Cody. What does it mean by role-play game? It's a RPG, isn't it? An RPG is a role-playing game. It's a genre of game. It's like first-person shooter. Well, it's not. It's not a first-person shooter. It's an RPG. It's like isn't World of Warcraft an RPG? If Theory wins, does it mean he will be Cody's first loss since coming back? Think so. Theory getting over to the ropes. Yes, that is an RPG. Come on! JJB Gaming said my favorite match / feud of the year is CM Punk versus MJF. Retribution said an RPG is a third-person adventure game It's a role-playing story mode game. I must say, I know this WWE RPG is a mobile game, but I bet it's still going to be really good. It's going to be story-focused. Sounds really good. Like, the problem with it being a mobile game, though, is it's probably got tons of in-app purchases, which will stop me from playing it. But if it was like $7.99 and that's it, I would be down for that. An RPG WWE game could be really good. Seth gets involved, and then we get a Hell in a Cell match. Adam said, imagine if Eminem was a celebrity guest on WWE. That show would be big. WWE RPG, so I can, like, create magics and spells in a match. Well, I don't know that they're going to take inspiration from World of Warcraft. I think you can have non-magic RPGs. Isn't it just like a story type thing? I am... do you know who we need to ask? Liv Morgan. That's who we need to ask. If you want... Guys, if you want more detail on the forthcoming WWE RPG game, please tweet Liv Morgan, because what we found out is she likes video games and scary movies, and I would imagine that she has got all the information about a forthcoming WWE RPG game. So it's Liv Morgan that we need. I know many of you might be looking at me thinking that I am Liv Morgan, but I am not. I am not. So you're gonna have to get in touch with her. Cocky cover by Austin Theory, or Theory as we call him now. Cody into the corner, goes hard. Down he goes. Ask Liv all the video game questions. Yeah. Back elbow. Liv should get a push. Liv and Alexa could be a tag team, says Adam. Hayden, hello. WWE is worse than a kids show. AEW rules, says Michael. Lister Jericho said we should spam her Twitter account about the game. I'm not sure how much she would appreciate that. But it's her own fault. She shouldn't have told us that she likes video games. I think, actually, if you've got any questions about any games, then she might be able to answer them. Liv, can you tell me what Sega are releasing software-wise for the rest of 2022, please? Thank you. Liv, do you know what's coming out on Nintendo Switch in August? Thank you. Liv, I'm stuck on this level of Dr. Mario. Can you tell me how to get past this this puzzle? Thank you. Liz, Liz. I'm calling her Liz now. Liv, my copy of WWE 2K20 keeps glitching. Can you tell me how to solve it, please? Thank you. Oh, man, I've got so many questions I could ask her. Up on the top, lovely kick. And don't even get me started on scary movies. When Theory eventually turns on Mr. McMahon and turns face, he's going to get a huge pop. Do you know how to get to the secret Tetris level? Oh. Thank you. Sega has got an open world Sonic game coming. Do they? That sounds sick. That'd be sick. Like Sonic open world, just going where, like, you know, 3D Mario. That'd be really good. And then whenever you need to, you just shoot off. Yeah, I'm down for that. We've had a 3D Sonic a few times, and they tend to suck. But, like, given some time on the current platforms, you could have something really good. Cody's got Theory on the announce table, but Theory runs back into the ring. Philip said, are you enjoying the show? Yeah, things been good. It's been eventful. Fun fact, Liv also likes hot sauce. She made a YouTube video once, and she almost died. Well, then she's doing YouTube wrong. Because I've made loads of YouTube videos and I haven't died. Although I did do that microwave one. And that wasn't great. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. Daze is missing a really good match because he's daydreaming about Liv. I'm not daydreaming about Liv. Let's not get that spreaded. I am daydreaming about questions I could ask her when it comes to video games. Liv, will Stream Deck come out as it's showing? Yes. When will the Stream Deck come out? It is showing as Q3 now. That keeps getting moved back, doesn't it? Liv, how did AEW manage to spend 80 million on their video game? Is that even true, Liv? Liv, what have you heard? Is this match still going? We are at what I like to call a commercial break. Are you going to get the pay-per-view? Are you going to the pay-per-view? No. No, I don't have any plans to attend it. You should join TikTok. I did. My videos constantly get a few thousand more views than on YouTube. Oh, look at you. My video's getting thousands of views. Look at me. My name's Master Chief. Well done. I have thought about it, to be honest, but it's just busy, innit? Do you know what I mean? God, it's always busy. I haven't got time to be TikToking. Liv, is your next attire Donkey Kong? Good question. It's time to switch over to Babe Station. I'm sorry, what? Rob says, go to the pay-per-view and stream from the seats. TikTok, yeah, imagine me TikToking. Woo! I'm a savage. And a booty and ratchet. Oh, and a booty nasty. Oh. I can do all that. TikTok is annoying, says Adam. What's the best current gimmick? Well, Roman's head of the table's good. Tribal chief, head of the table. It's not really, I mean, like, it's not very gimmick heavy, is it? It's not like we've got Kamala running around or Doink the Clown. It's just not that really that way. What, Ezekiel is getting some love. That's a gimmick. Because I think it might be Elias, but I don't know. What do I know? What do I know? It's certainly not Lacey Evans. Here's everything horrific that's ever happened in my life. God damn. I can tell you what it's not. It's not that. I've not heard anyone mention Babe Station since my teenage years. I'm fairly confident it's the only channel that Retribution has. James said, I'm going to be Via's next opponent, but I'm going to have a 10-pound kettlebell on my back, so when he jumps on me, his balls will hurt. That's genius. You've thought of everything. Farmer Brock beats all gimmicks. That is good. Farmer Brock was good. I'll give you that. Seth is Joker light. Edge, yeah, Edge, yeah. Judgment Day is very good. Judgment Day is very good. Days, you can make them when you're busy. I do my videos for pay-per-views and football games. They both cross-body into each other. Days, I'm not a perv. William's the perv. That is true. That is true, actually. Days, you should type 901 on your TV. Listen, you know as well as I do I can't change the channel down here. You know that. If you've watched this channel for a while, you will know that I have to change the channel upstairs, so I can't change it to 901. Do you think we'd watch any wrestling if I could change the channel sometimes? God! Them lockdown episodes were not easy to sit through, you know. If I had the option of changing it over to 901 and going to Babe Station, these would have been very different streams. But this is actually quite a good Raw, so we wouldn't. Even if I had the option tonight, I wouldn't. Tonight, we've got Bianca versus Asuka. That looks like could be our main event. Happy birthday to Kia. Yes, Justin. Yes, you're right, buds. Hayden, yeah. Happy birthday to Kia. Yeah. It is her birthday. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Theory. Kick out by Theory. I'll tell you what I got her. I got her a toy, a soft toy, and it's got a built-in battery thing. And when you turn it on, it flips around. But it's just a toy. But she's going to be so confused when you put it on the floor and turn it on and it starts moving. She's going to be like, she's not going to know what's going to happen. She's not going to know what to do. Hasn't arrived yet, but I'm very excited. Someone should check what numbers the adult channels on BT are for days. Oh, I'll find them, mate. Don't worry. I've got it on my to-do list. What's good Mother's Day gifts? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I'm not very good when it comes to buying gifts. My mom loves shopping, so I always just give her money. And I know that's really lazy, but it's what she loves. She loves shopping. If I was to buy her something, it wouldn't be right. I wouldn't get her something good. It's better that I just give her money and then she can go and pick her own thing, and she loves that. I think that's where I get it from. I love going, like, toy hunting. She just loves going clothes shopping. She loves it. Lovely Cody Cutter. And here's Seth. I must admit, that is why I wasn't crazy into this, because you did think, like, yeah, this is what's happening. And guess what? It's what's happened. Seth has attacked Cody. Cody wins by DQ. Seth jumps on top of Cody, starts pounding away. Beating him up, making him humble. Seth Rollins attacks Cody. Cody. Smacking him face first into the commentary table. Bam, bam. You suck, you suck, you suck. Rollins screaming, I tell you, at Cody. Will you see Lars Sullivan back? Can't say I'm eager to see Lars Sullivan back. No. I think he's gone from wrestling, and I haven't seen him for doing anything. Ooh, curb on the announce. Oh, he's gone quite far there, hasn't he? Predictable, says Cosmo. This is lazy. Cody down. On the edge of the ring. On the outside as Seth grabs his head and is screaming at him. I knew it was going to happen, but I was into the match. I didn't remember about Seth, says Dragon Den. Lars works at Walmart now. Well, listen, as long as he's happy. I like Walmart as well. I like Walmart. I wouldn't mind a little job at Walmart. I could move to America, do the streams at night, and then just get a little morning job at Walmart. I'd be over the moon with that. No way is a wrestling company going near Lars after his time at WWE. When football ends, you might be able to unbox the Elgato stream. Yeah, maybe. I showed it the other day. This is going to blow these streams wide open. This lets you do things. I don't know what. I think you can have, like, video clips lined up and then you just press the button and it'll play them. I tell you what made me get it. And I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. I watched a video on it, and this one guy pressed a button, and it took the last 30 seconds of his live stream, edited it for him. Like, I don't know how you program it to do this. And then it uploaded it. So, you know, like where I have to jump off and do some stuff. He pressed one button and it did it. I was like, that is insane. How does it know how to do all that stuff? I mean, you program it and you say, do this, then do that, then do this, then do that. But I ain't got a clue how you do that. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot of work. But there's definitely some fun stuff that we'd be able to do with it. So, yeah, summer. I've only had it about, I don't know, 6 months. Open it. Oh, we're not opening it now. I can't do anything with it anyway. I mean, it is literally a box it's literally just a box and buttons. So you could open it, but it ain't going to do anything. It ain't got nothing like, you got to set it all up and program it. I know, it's dull. It's not exciting, it's dull. So that'll be something for another day. Seth Cody have had two classic matches on 2 pay-per-views in a row. Imagine what they can do inside Hell in a Cell. This trilogy could be known as one of the greatest trilogies ever in terms of match quality. Yeah, I don't disagree. Expect to see the stream deck on Daisy's streams around 2030. Do you know what? I think I'm going to go on record now to say that is very achievable. That is very, very achievable. I feel really good about hitting that as a deadline. They always say, set yourself achievable deadlines. Don't go crazy. Don't set yourself anything too mental. And I think having that set up within the next 8 years is very, very achievable. So I think we should operate to that kind of a time frame. Darcy said, I can help. I'm super familiar with it. I had one for a while, and it does help with editing. Oh, Darcy. Editing as well is another one that I think is really useful. Not that I need anything that intense, but yeah, my editing skills are well below Darcy's. If you saw the little interview that went out that I did with Darcy, you'll know that he's on the verge of winning an Oscar for, like, editing. That advanced. I get happy if I, if I can use one shortcut in Adobe, I cut myself a little piece of cake and celebrate. I'm that bad. So, yeah, one day we'll get it done. We'll open it up. River said, you've had that for months. I know, guys. God. I never said I was going to be quick about it. Are they expensive? It was about $180, I think. $180. It was, I said people were kindly donating to the channel. And I said, this is where the money will go. And when we got to where we could get one, I went and got it. Problem is, you can't just plug it in and then it does stuff. Like, you have to tell it what to do. So that's what takes the time. Right, it's talking of time. It's boss time. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. The goddamn pushing on out the way. Yeah. It's Boss Glow. It's boss time. It's Sasha Banks. It's Naomi. Here we go. I don't know what this match is, but Sasha Banks is the one getting the intro. And pushing on out the way. Oh, yeah. Do you remember Doudrop and Nikki ASH joining forces? Boss Glow. Yeah, she throws the t-shirt out. Banks and Naomi against Doudrop and Nikki ASH. Is this going to be a tag match? I don't even know what this is. What's happening? Who's facing who? Who's zooming who? Is it both? Is it both women? Right, it's both. Doudrop and Nikki ASH. Austin Theory is a bozo. Edward said, you do need to edit some at your face. East Coast Martian, shout out to you. You can't do that. We all know Sasha is going to turn on Naomi, says Robert. We know it. Right, we've got Naomi kicking out at Doudrop. So we got this match, and then I think our main event of the evening should be Asuka and Bianca Belair. Right, Doudrop came crashing down on top of Naomi. I really love her ASH. Right, Doudrop. I'd like to see Doudrop in the same attire as Nikki ASH. That's what I want to see. I want to see them both dressed as wacky superheroes. Nikki on the outsides. Doudrop doing the heavy lifting here. Both Nikki and Pippa Niven need to lose these terrible gimmicks. The vibe I got when Doudrop told Nikki if she was done playing games, I expected Nikki to be back to Nikki Cross. Yeah. I did as well, actually. But now, I just want to see Doudrop wearing what Nikki ASH wears. Even if I only get it for a week, I think it'll be lols. Do you remember when Nikki won the most prestigious title in the division? What a fever dream. Yeah, she did, didn't she? Didn't she win Money in the Bank? And then cashed in. She won Money in the Bank, didn't she, last year? Was it last year? I can't even remember. I think it must have been. It wasn't 2020. Asuka won it 2020, so it must have been last year. Days, guess what? What? Alexa Bliss Gamer said, I'm excited. Alexa Bliss is back. Alexa Bliss Gamer, do you think she has changed? Or do you think she is the same? Please respond. Please, Alexa Bliss Gamer, please respond. It is full of... It'll be full of sun. It'll be full of sun. Right, we've got Sasha going up. Sasha looks a little bit strange with her eyebrows dyed green and blue. That looks weird, I think. Her eyebrows being dyed two different colours just looks a little bit weird. Nikki Cross is my weirdest crush, says Dragon's M. Alex Bliss Gamer says she has... ... changed. Oh, nice. I'm excited. Listen, Alexa Bliss Gamer, I feel like I'm ready. I am ready to welcome Alexa Bliss back to the real world. And I am excited. I think she looked like she'd changed as well. Her hair was down, it wasn't up. She had different attire. Her music was back to being as it was. She had Lily. That's all right. Drew's got his sword, which, is like his mascot, if you will, or his, I was going to say souvenir. It's not his souvenir. But she's got Lily, and she can bring it down, pop it in the corner. Kids can go and buy them. Pinned by Sasha on Nikki ASH. Yeah, exciting. Next week, Alexa will change back again. Shut up, James! Shut up! You don't know anything about wrestling, James. You're new to this. She's changed. You mark my words. Good guess. I can't remember what I said. What is their tag team name? The Iron Brew Slurpers, the Whiskey Warriors, the Haggis Neeps and Tatties. Oh. When are you going to start taking this seriously? You get your head out of the clouds. Here's Miz. Sasha and Naomi. Here's Miz in a referee shirt. What's this? What's the Miz in a referee shirt? What's this? Sasha and Naomi are walking away. What is the Miz? What's happening? Mustafa Ali against Ciampa is going to have a special guest referee, and it is The Miz. Okay. Boom. Sasha and Naomi versus Shayna and Natalya on Friday. Another match, says Amin. Bliss has changed. She has her nose changed. She seems gothic schoolgirl type. Hard to say, but Bliss will be goods. Edward said, don't you ever talk about my BFF James like that. Wow, that's nice. I'm loving how these good vibes have carried over. I think it's normal to have a slight crush on Nikki Cross. Not that I would say no. They're going to wreck Tommaso on this main show. Robert said Cody won by DQ. He did. He did. What was the result of Cody Theory? Cody won by DQ. Who do you think's best wrestler in the world that specifically likes video games and scary movies? Great question. Definitely not Liv Morgan, because there's definitely going to be another wrestler that also likes video games and scary movies. I know that Kenny Omega likes video games. Does he like scary movies? I don't know. We'll have to send him a tweet and find out. Kenny, random question. Do you like scary movies? Super important. Super important question. Do you like scary movies? I know you wouldn't say no to her either if she pinned you down. Retribution, your simping is just... Honestly, it's getting to be like crazy levels now. Crazy levels. I honestly don't just never think about like wrestling in that way or UFC. Just never think about it in that way. It feels like you only think about it in that way. I don't know why I did that. Just felt the right thing to do. I'd like to see Doudrop win the ladies' belt. I'd like to see Doudrop pinning Retribution down. That's what I'd like to see. That's what I'd tune in for. That sounds wrong. That sounds really wrong. Do you remember when The Miz was on Tough Enough? Yes. How can you not think of Asuka in every way? I just genuinely don't. I really love Asuka, but I love Asuka because of her in-ring. If Asuka was, like, not very good in the ring, like, if she was just, you know, average, like, I wouldn't be bothered by her. She'd be a Karu Shida. But she's not. She's amazing. Dragon then said, it does sound wrong. I know, as soon as I said it. I was like, I don't think I should have said that. But it's out there now. I can't take it back. AJ Lee likes video games and scary movies. Oh. Right. Miz is the special guest referee. I heard Alexa Bliss was going to be face once she returns. Retribution said, I am sorry. I can't help my emotions and my hormones. I'm just down bad. Dude, if you want to simp, you simp. I'm a big believer. If you're going to do something, go for it. And that is exactly what you're doing. I got respect for that. Ring the bell! Miz is calling this right down the middle. There will be no screw jobs here. Right down the middle. 50-50. Calling it by the book. Yeah. Nice. Corey Graves said, I think that Miz is the first official to ever officiate in Louis Vuitton shoes. I wouldn't have known they were Louis Vuitton shoes unless Corey Graves had pointed them out. Apparently they've got red bottoms and that's like really important. Makes me think of Cardi B. Ciampa hitting Ali. I'm watching Monday Night Raw. Same here. Alexa has been making a transition to face for a while. We've known about this for ages, says James. Yeah, but then she was at Elimination Chamber and nothing had changed. Like, she was doing all those therapy sessions, and I thought that she was changing. I was like, nah, they wouldn't do this if she wasn't changing. And then she walks out at Elimination Chamber, exactly the same as she was on a swing, being all Alexa Bliss. But then she went away. She's got married. I think her husband has had a word and said, come on, yeah, stop being spooky. Perhaps they did an exorcist on her or something. I don't know. An exorcism. It's not normally what you do on the honeymoon, but she does seem to have come back a bit changed. Jaden said, is Ciampa heel or face? Tommaso Ciampa is heel. 1 count for Ali there. 1 count. A little bit slow by The Miz. Just a little bit slow, but he was a little bit out of position. So I'll give him the benefit of a doubt there. He's in a good position here to see what Tommaso Ciampa's doing. Have any full-time wrestlers ever fully transitioned into full-time referee? This seems like something Miz would do. I don't think he would. You had Danny Davis, who was like a wrestling referee. But I can't think of a wrestler that's gone into being a referee. Certainly not in WWE. A lot of their referees tend to be brought in as referees. I think Jessica Khan might have actually started out as a wrestler, though. But she wasn't a wrestler in NXT. But I'm sure she was a wrestler. I can't imagine too many people grow up going, do you know what? I'm going to be the referee. I would imagine the vast majority of referees started out as wrestlers. And then for one reason or another, it didn't work out. And so they got into being a referee. Into the corner goes Ciampa. Do a poll of someone in a chat versus someone in a chat. No, we did that before and it ended in tears, didn't it, Edward? Ciampa going over, trying to throw a shot at Ali. We got 26 minutes of the show left. 26 minutes to go. Nice strike there by Tommaso. Ali. Crossbody as Tommaso Ciampa goes down. Nice single leg drop kick. Ali rolls through. Net breaker. Very good. Ali going up top. Ooh, rolls through. Nice forearm strike by Ciampa. Kick to the face of Ali. Ali goes over to the corner. Crowd not massively into this. Super kick by Ali. Ali going up top. Oh, off the top. Tornado DDT. Here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2. Kick out. Oh, that was close. That was close. That was close. 2. Yeah, Ali's like, this is a bit unfair by Ali. He had a nice, consistent count. Jump up. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Ciampa wins. Ciampa wins. It is true. Ali, that's a really good point by Corey Graves. Ali was complaining that count was too slow. So Miz did it a bit quicker, but it just turned out the next count was actually Tommaso Ciampa's, so. Ciampa wins. Right down the middle. Right down the middle. It ended in robbery. What? Nice count, good count. Lacey Evans. No. No! No! I thought we're done with these! She came out! We all applauded her! Oh my god! She came out! She came out, she did it! They played her music, she came out, she went on the thing, she was like, yeah! And we're like, right, good, we're done with them things now. Yeah, we're done with them. Oh my god! Why are they still happening? Do you know what? I'm gonna have to do these promos soon. Okay, here it goes. For 6 weeks, I had to hear about Lacey Evans' upbringing, which was brutal. No one is minimizing what she's been through. Did I ask to hear all the details? I don't remember asking. And it would be nice if we could, like, do you know what I mean? Jazz it up a little bit. It'd be nice if we could have some, like, nice stuff. Do you know what I mean? God, go into a promo out of nowhere and it's always, okay, here it goes. Here we go. Oh. I must admit, I switch off then. I switch off. Yeah? So everyone might be like, oh, you're being really harsh. All the stuff she's saying is so, I don't know what she's saying. Do you know why I don't know what she's saying? Because I switch off. All I know is it's just constant awfulness. Constant overdose. She said the word overdose. It's the only word I've heard in this promo, and it's overdose. I might start crying in a minute. I don't watch wrestling for this. Oh my god, what happened to the girl that likes video games and scary films? Where did she go? Oh god. I'm sad now. Oh. Wife, sister, mother, Father Christmas, Easter Bunny. WWE superstar. She came out. We all applauded. You can't walk out and get the applause and then go back and do more. This isn't therapy. When's she gonna wrestle? It's a wrestling show. I'm not sports entertained. God damn it. I thought it was past it. It might never end. What if they never end? Okay. Well, we've got 20 minutes to go. We are at commercial break. WWE. I have Lacey will dethrone Roman. She deserves it after everything she's been through. Gods. And again, let me reiterate, I don't know what she's saying. I'd like to get that across. Because I understand there's going to be people going, she is pouring her heart out here. Like, we can't hate on this. I don't know what she's saying. All I know is, like, pick out odd words. Like abuse and overdose. And it's just week after week after week. You'd think, like, maybe there'd be 1 week of it where, okay, I've been building to this, here we go. But it's just every week. God. And she was booked horribly as well. I thought her last gimmick was awful. So, I mean, we've got that episode to come. Here it goes. So I spoke to Vince, and he said that I was going to walk down to the ring, not actually do anything, and then walk back up the entrance ramp for about 6 months. And I said to him, I don't think that's going to work, and it didn't. And then he said to me, we're going to make out that you're in a relationship with Ric Flair. And I said to him, I don't think that's right. And he made me do it anyway. And then we made out as if Ric Flair was the father of my baby. And that got a big backlash. And Charlotte didn't appreciate it. And honestly, it's the lowest point of my career. So we still got that episode. This isn't anything about wrestling. Well, listen, I just want people to know I'm very aware that people are going to be like, listen, she's suffering. Yeah, she's been through a lot. Give her a break. Like, I'm very aware. I'm aware of that. Just no more. Just no more. I'm waving the white flag here. Let's start having matches. That'd be good. Right. Come on. Bum. I forgot about that Flair Lacey thing. How much time is left? 17 minutes. Imagine a father showing up and... I don't know. I haven't been... I don't know what's... I think it's probably real. I can't imagine she's saying this stuff if it's not real. Could you imagine if you was her father then and none of this had happened? Like, you are now one of the most hated people. So I think she probably has been through stuff. The promos are strange, but her Patriot gimmick is better than the sassy Southern Belle. Dave said he wants more. I heard it. Cosmo said, I feel like these aren't even the last of these Lacey Evans promos. Daze, it's got nothing to do with wrestling. Have you ever watched Power Rangers in space? And if you have, who was your favourite Psycho Ranger? I have not seen Power Rangers in space. Power Rangers was a bit after my time. My brother was into Power Rangers. I'm aware of what they do. They're like, multicoloured ninjas. And then they have, like, animals that connect into one big robot man. That was a cool toy. I'll give you that. The animals broke apart separate. And then you go like... And then there was this big... Something-atron. Megatron. That's all I know about the Power Rangers. Here's Bibby backstage. Miz's dad could show him the ropes. I do wrestling figure setups. I see James 15. I have these little black pants for them that I have to keep changing. Sounds kinky. If she's going to do them on the platform thing, he says, Reese Wrestling. Maybe I'd tolerate it more than if the platform was used. I love that platform. Steel cage match next week. Bibby and Omos steel cage. Very nice. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we haven't had the divorce. Akira Tozawa tried to pin Dana. Dana trying to... Oh, that slap, man. That slap was so good. A divorce! That slap by Dana was really good. Right, where are we going with this? We've only got a few moments, so... We're backstage with Dana and Tamina. Oh, both marriages are no good. Look, here's Reggie. Look, he's got some chocolates and flowers. Tozawa's got some flowers. Divorce papers. It's happening. Tozawa's run away. It's not official until you give him the paper. Okay. Tamina has taken Dana. Big Time Bex is coming out. Why's Big Time Bex coming out? Okay, that... I don't know where we're going with it. Well, I'm guessing we're going to a divorce. Divorces. That's where we're going. Big Time Bex is coming out. Funky shades, aren't they? Becky Lynch. Tony said, I made a Lego figure of myself. He's got long sleeve white shirt, blue overalls, a red hat, a revolver in the left hand, and a goblet of red wine in the white. That sounds brilliant. That is a great gift. Divorce papers. Right, Bianca versus Asuka. Big Time Bex is there. She's there. She's around. She's in the area. She's on commentary. I don't know what she's doing. I've even gone with 3 A's for Asuka. That's how excited I am. And I ain't changing it. I'll tell you that much for free. Why don't they ever change Becky's music? She's a heel. I can only imagine how unbelievably sad the Lacey Evans fat card is going to be. Yeah, that's true. Gods. Her fat card's going to say, right, here it goes. And it's just going to be a list of awful things that's happened to her. I'm seeing too much of Becky, says Reese Wrestling. A lot is definitely showing in the back. I didn't see anything. 10 minutes for the main event. What did you think about UFC 274? I liked it. I didn't think it was the best show that we'd seen, but I certainly got enough from it. It was good. It's fine. It's good. It's fine. It's good. There was a couple of fights which were duds, but that knockout was great by Chandler. Main event was good with Oliveira getting the Rhea naked, so... There's too much face versus face. It's got to stop, said channel name. Right, 10 minutes to go. Who's Becky up against? Herself. No one. It's Bianca versus Asuka. And Becky's at ringside. Got to think she's going to make her presence felt. Got to think she's going to interfere. Why is Becky wearing VR headset? Lol. Days. Who got released from NXT? I can't believe they cut Dakota Kai. Apparently Dakota wasn't interested in re-signing, so, you know, it could be that. I made a custom WWE figure of myself. I made a custom Tron and everything. I had an AP exam. I think I did well. Lacey should tell the big show about her story, said James. UFC 276 looks good. What did you think of Rose versus Carla? I thought it was disappointing, of course. I had it as a draw, so I was disappointed that Rose lost the title. Carla said afterwards, like, it was put to Carla, they said a lot of people feel that, you know, to win the title, you should do, like, more than the champion. And Carla said, well, shouldn't the champion really prove why they're champion? Well, I disagree with that. I think to be the man, you got to beat the man. I thought it was so close that for me, it's a draw. I had the first round as even and then 2 rounds each. And I think, you know, maybe it's the pro wrestling fan in me, but if you're the best in the world at something, you should beat the person that is currently the best in the world. I don't think Carla Esparza did. I don't think she beat Rose. She didn't beat her. I mean, neither woman really did anything. No, neither fighter beat the other fighter. It was just, you know, boring, standing off each other. They both wanted to counter each other, and neither was coming forward, and they absolutely cancelled each other out. So Dana wasn't bothered because it was so boring. He even said I zoned out halfway through. He admitted the guy in charge was like, I zoned out. That's how bad it was. So my thoughts are that Rose should still be champion, 'cause I just don't believe Carla beat her, but I ain't going to complain about it because Rose didn't do enough to you know, have any kind of argument. So yeah, not good. Here is Asuka, and we got the CGI masks in the sky, which is looking really cool. She's coming out with Umbrella. On my way. I like her mask. Empress of Tomorrow, Grand Slam champion, 2020 Money in the Bank winner. That's what you've got. You've got her nickname, and you've got 2 achievements. Empress of Tomorrow, former champ, Money in the Bank winner. Lovely info cards. All you fans of info cards there. Beautiful. Rose landed 38. Carla landed 30. Yeah, she did outstrike her, but equally Carla did manage to get more takedowns. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's the odd little bit here. It's the odd little thing there. There was nothing significant enough in it to make me go, yeah, she lost that. Yeah, she's lost it. I think it was a draw. I think there was just not really much in it at all. Here is Bianca. Why is Becky wearing that weird mask? It does not look cool. She's going extravagant, isn't she? Just like how Seth does. Bianca in red and gold. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. I never needed you at all. We've got Bianca and Montez Ford at the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. She should joke her by her hair. Newsflash, that was the same promo from SmackDown. People are saying that she's turned heel because the announcer was forced to say, "Please pay your respects to Lacey Evans." Was it the same promo? I said I wasn't listening. I did say this. And they think she's turned heel. No. I don't think she's turned heel. I don't think a heel is going to be sharing such awful things that have happened to them. Maybe maybe a lot of people are reacting the same way I am. Maybe not exactly the same, but you know, okay, kind of got the message type thing. There's only 5 minutes left here. I know. This could have been a match that we got yesterday, actually. We could have got Bianca and Asuka. I suppose it'd be weird to have a championship contenders match at a pay-per-view. But as I said, I'd rather have had Asuka and Becky or Asuka and Bianca than, say, Omos and Bobby. Over the top. Oh, that's lovely by Bianca. She handstands over Asuka, who was on the ground, avoiding the trip. Nice little roll through by Asuka. Charge is into Asuka. Asuka goes down. We are running out of time here. Edward said, your girl Asuka is going to get smoked. This match should have been given 15 minutes, not 5. Channel name said it's Lacey being phony. Ooh. I don't know, man. I genuinely think this stuff's happened to her. So, I don't know. I think it's probably that they've just done it too much. Some of this intense and personal, like, only needed 1 episode, really. I think this is like the 6th or 7th time. Asuka is up in the air and roll through. 1, 2. Kick out by Bianca. Armbar! Armbar! Armbar by Asuka. That was good. Into a triangle as well. Asuka with so many submissions. She's got her in a triangle. She's trying to choke her out, but Bianca has managed to get to her feet. She picks up Asuka. She's got Asuka up in the air. Plants her down. Bianca going against the ropes. Becky interferes. And there we go. Becky interfering. She takes out Bianca. Now she's getting in the ring. Throws a kick at Asuka. Asuka goes down. Yeah, so Becky attacking Asuka. Asuka mode or God mode? Asuka mode. Asuka and God mode are the same thing. Empress mode, that's what it is. Picking up Asuka. Lovely slam. So, Becky dominating Asuka, interfering in this match. I think we probably did overrun on some segments. Can't believe this was only scheduled to be starting at this time. I'd imagine a few segments did go over. Almost everyone fought tonight, says NASCAR live streams. What's the direction? A triple threat? Maybe. Maybe. And there's the DQ. Okay, so we know that next week we got the steel cage match. There it is. Bobby Lashley against Omos in a steel cage. That'll be fun. down for that. I'm down for a bit of steel cage action. Becky laughing, Asuka dazed. I'm big time for a reason, says Becky, as Raw comes to an end. WWE should let it go past the hour. We're completely out of time. See you next week, and put the rest on Twitter and see what traction the clips get. I wonder how USA would feel about that. I don't know if they'd like it, if they'd hate it. I just don't know. Right, what do you score WWE Raw? That's my question to you. What do you score WWE Raw? Goncast said WWE, let it go past the hour. Yeah, it's an interesting thought. I'm down for doing those kinds of experiments. Why not? You only live once, don't you? 6 to 675, 575, or below. Right. Get in your scores. We got the poll up. We'll see what people think. I thought this was an entertaining show. I think it felt like it had a few different things in it. The platform, most notably, but it was also interesting, them announcing the time. And then I thought it was really interesting. They didn't stick to that time. They were like, if you want to watch Cody Seth, it'll be on at 10 p.m. Eastern. And then they started at 10 to. So that was a good prank. Like, Asuka Bianca didn't get enough time at the end. The match with Liv and Rhea was interesting because it does feel like, I mean, it was great hearing from Judgement Day. But it does feel like we are building towards AJ, Finn, Liv taking on that team. And that's a really fun feud. So, yeah, I think there was some good stuff here. This Jericho said, I didn't hate it. Time went by fine. It was a great Raw. I'm giving it a 9, says NASCAR live streams. I tell you how I think about what I think about. I think, like, last night I judged it 7.5, so I would be below that. I don't think this was as good as last night, but I think for a Raw, I still thought that it was entertaining. I'm gonna go with the 7. I'm just gonna put my score out there already. I'm gonna go 7. I feel like that's fair, to be honest. I feel like that's fair. I might go down to a 6.75. I probably wouldn't go up, but I think if you thought that this was higher than that, I wouldn't have an argument. If you thought it was lower, I wouldn't have an argument. I'm not really looking for an argument, to be honest. Alexa beat Sonya quick with Twisted Bliss. Has she been? She hasn't been using Twisted Bliss, has she? I can't remember her using Twisted Bliss. I can't remember, for all fairness, she didn't have that many matches, has she? So, it's hard to say. They advertised the Cody match for 10 Eastern, and the match was almost over by 10. Good stuff, yeah. That's a great prank, isn't it? Guys, join us at 10:30 for Roman Reigns, and then put it on at 9 o'clock. It's a brilliant plan. Got ya. Oh. Do you know what? Imagine saying that, join us at 10:30 for Roman Reigns, and everyone's like, oh my God, I'm so excited. And you go off and you have something to eat, and you're like, don't forget 10:30. And then you come back and you go, right, here we go, 10:30, turn it on. And then what you've got Lacey Evans standing there going, here it goes. And then she goes off into it, and I wanted Roman. Oh my God. Oh. Imagine that. Next week, she's going to say it's not her real dad doing these things. It's her dad on Roblox. Can you have dads on Roblox? Don't answer that. Sounds kinky. 7. There was a lot tonight, and I loved there was a lot, but they didn't focus on the quality of the matches, says Adam. I agree. Edward said, I'm giving it 6.75. Yep. I'm around that ballpark. I mean, this was not a struggle to watch. I was entertained throughout. I think it did give us some interesting stuff. I do think the match quality was a little bit lacking. I would be more tempted to go down to 6.75, but I think you have to judge Raws a little different to pay-per-views, in all fairness. You kind of, I went into this show with expectations, and this is how I feel coming out of it. Went into yesterday's show with different expectations, and that one exceeded them a lot more, let's put it that way. I felt that I was pleasantly surprised with how good yesterday was, whereas I feel like this show probably just, I was excited for this, and it did enough. It did enough. AEW have announced Serena Deeb, Thunder Rosa. Austin said it wasn't a struggle. That's good. Shout out to you, Austin. Hope you are well. We've had 165 votes. As soon as we get to 10,000, we'll end the poll. And then we'll have a little look, see what people are saying. Either 10,000 or 200. I haven't decided yet. So keep those votes coming. Announcing it at 10 probably gave it a ratings spike. Help me, I need Dr. B said, what's the point of the Lacey story being repeated over and over? It's just leading into her return. Yeah, I think so. I think they're just trying to get, I don't know, and just trying to get how bad her upbringing was and really, really make you feel sorry for her. They're really hammering it across, aren't they? Really hammering it across. I mean, look, this is why I'm saying I don't think she's a heel, because a lot of the stuff she's sharing, I genuinely believe did happen to her. So, Justin says, wept tomorrow. Just a little heads up, Money in the Bank is clashing with Izzy Cannonier and Holloway Volkanovski. I know. We've seen it coming for a while. I mean, I think what I'll do is UFC, and it'll be branded UFC, and I'll just have to try and keep an eye on the WWE stuff. It's going to be awful. It's truly going to be awful. But this is the problem with them both being on a Saturday. Both WWE and UFC with two of their biggest shows of the year. It's not WWE's, but it's definitely one of their biggest shows. But yeah, both companies having their big show on the same day. Silly Billies. Huh. 8 out of 10, says Denis. Austin said, I won't be able to join the Wrestling Escape pod stream. Oh, so it's a whole episode about you as well. God damn. Trenton said, I just got back from the club. How was Raw? You got back from the club? Ooh, I tell you, that's weird, man. It's weird to be sat here with people going, how you going? I just got back from the club. That's weird. How was it? It was all right. There was some decent stuff on it. Alexa Bliss is back. That's a big talking point. That's maybe the biggest talking point. So, yeah, it's worth catching the highlights if you can. Did you catch last week when the announcer said Lacey requested the crowd applause? I guess solidifying that she is a face. She requested the crowd applause. Dude, honestly, I don't need to listen to it. I just don't need to listen to it. I know it's awful because I just keep catching the odd word. And the odd word is like neglect, abuse, overdose. It's all these kinds of words. It's like, it's just heavy stuff in it. So, yeah, I think for me personally, we didn't need it to go on this long. And I know we keep talking about it a lot, I know. But I just want to let's get a wrestling. Let's just get a wrestling. I'm happy that Alexa Bliss is back. Yes. DFS said clubs are so 2019. That's true. That is true. More like 1999. Yeah. What do kids do now? Laser tag. What are they doing now? Kiss chase? I don't know what kids do. Fortnite. Right, here we go. I said once we got to 200, we would shut the poll down. And you know what? I'm a man of my words. Trenton said, no, I'm a bouncer for a club. Oh, okay, well, that's cool. That's damn cool, isn't it? Being a bouncer of a club is cool. Respect. I've never really had any bother with bouncers, but like they've always been cool and fair. But I can't say I've ever looked at it and thought, oh, that's a job I'd love to do. The amount of grief bouncers must have to deal with. Respect, though, Trenton. Maximum respect. Right, what did you score, Raw? Well, 38% said 7 to 7-5. 8 to 10, 30%. 6 to 6-7-5, 22%. 5-7-5 or below. 8%. So there we go. It seems like people enjoyed it. What's a bouncer? Doorman. Doorman. Person that stands on the door and like, you're not coming in. Have you got any ID? We call them bouncers. I don't know why, actually. I don't know where it comes from. But you get, well, bounce you away. That's what a bouncer is. Doorman. Club doorman. Monday night was great, said Delwyn. What's better, Raw or SmackDown? I think Raw at the moment. I think Raw. Smurfy said 7 out of 10 because of the debut of Ken Owens. Yes. Let him in, said we're just vibing now. We are just vibing. Austin says, okay, got you. Yeah, it's cool. It's very, very cool. See you tomorrow. We've got Liverpool Villa. We do, yeah. There is football tomorrow. And we do have the Wrestling Escape Pods. Justin said, has Charlotte been written off? I think so, yes. DFS said, just stand on the door and say, shoosh! Yes. That's exactly what you should do. Right, friends. We are done. Big thank you to everyone that joined us. Hope you enjoyed the show. And hope you're pleased that Alexa is back. I'd say that's the big talking point. And I think Rhea joining Judgment Day was maybe the big talking point at... Well, and new champion, of course. Judgment Day at WrestleMania Backlash. And then tonight we had Alexa return. So she looked good as well. Exciting. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.